Chapter 39:29. Having said that, he waved the treasured fan in his hand forward. A terrifying, icy aura spread out and completely froze this part of the world. Oh no, the old man is attacking. Oh no, Lin Wudy is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was only at the advanced stage of the fifth heaven. Moreover, he had not appeared for a year. Maybe he was recuperating. At this moment, he was no match for the old man. Sigh, they were all top geniuses, but they were not strong enough here. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. After all, there were earth-shattering changes in the Golden Palace every day. Lin Wudy was strong before, but he might not be able to fight back now. Oh, what a terrifying, icy aura. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the old man was so arrogant. It turned out that he had obtained a treasure. He could feel the terror of the ice. Indeed, it could freeze an advanced stage of the fifth heaven. But so what? The old man had obtained something, but he did not. What he had obtained was far more than these people. The yin and yang qi on his body shone brightly. Lin Xian walked forward. The ice wanted to freeze him, but when it came into contact with the yin and yang qi, it disappeared. Haha, this kid is dead. The old man from the peacock race sneered, and the others exclaimed. Was Lin Wudy really frozen? Even his soul did not escape? At this moment, they saw a world of ice and snow in front of them. They could not see anyone at all. This is the consequence of going against the peacock race. The old man snorted. It was too easy for you to die like this. I should have captured your soul and tortured you for a few thousand years, so that you could never be reincarnated. The old man's voice was filled with malice. The others felt their scalps tingle. A genius had fallen, just like that. What goes around comes around. Lin Wudy had killed the Golden Crow Prince and countless experts, causing the Golden Crow race to be completely annihilated. They did not expect it to be his turn again. Many people sighed, but at this moment, a cold voice came from the ice in front of them. Is that so? Capturing a soul and torturing it for a few thousand years? Very well. I will do that to you later. This voice clearly spread through the crowd. Everyone was stupefied. Damn it, whose voice was that? Was it Lin Wudy's? What? Is he still alive? Impossible. How could he still be alive? The old man from the peacock race screamed madly. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. It must be a ghost. Do you want to become an evil spirit after you die? It's useless. It's useless against me. Just die. He waved his fan again. The ice in front of them was even more horrifying. It was like a world of ice and snow. The aura it emitted was extremely frightening. Now, even if there were any ghosts, they would have been frozen. However, with a boom, the ice in front of him suddenly cracked open and melted rapidly. A figure walked out. What? Not dead. The peacock race elder's hands trembled. His heart was filled with endless fear. The surrounding people were also stunned. How could Lin Wudy be unharmed? Wasn't this too strange? Had his physique already reached such a terrifying level? Everyone was talking about it. The peacock race elder gritted his teeth. You just blocked it. I don't believe you can block me a few times. He crazily attacked. The treasured fan in his hand kept waving. The terrifying ice laws rapidly spread out. Everyone knew that an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. They didn't know which was more terrifying, the divine body or the super-powerful sacred artifact. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He stretched out a finger. On his finger, the death and sun laws spread. The two fused together and pointed forward. Tai Chi finger. As he pointed forward, the ice laws in front of him kept shattering. This finger seemed to have become the only thing in the world. Impossible. The peacock race elder screamed and wanted to escape. However, this single finger had caused his body to explode. Boom! Blood mist filled the air as screams continued. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Their minds were blank. What did they see? The terrifying peacock race elder could even freeze a late-stage fifth heaven saint with a raise of his hand. How terrifying was that? Against very few people. However, at this moment, he couldn't even block a finger from Linwoody. How terrifying was this Linwoody? Damn it, could it be that he wasn't injured this year but cultivating? Thinking of this possibility, these people felt like they were going crazy. The peacock race elder also screamed crazily. Ah, his soul hugged the ice fan, and his body quickly reassembled. However, under the yin and yang energies, it shattered again. The peacock race elder was terrified. He felt like he was going to die. Damn brat, do you dare to kill me? My grandfather will be here soon. Let me tell you, he has obtained a lot of good fortune this year. You are definitely no match for him. If you dare to kill me, you will end up very miserably. Do you think I'm afraid of you threatening me? I'll wait for your grandfather to come this time and then send him to hell. But before that, you can go to hell and wait. Lin Xian's large hand slapped out. It was a black and white palm with two completely opposite laws on it. However, it was perfectly combined. With one strike, he grabbed the ice fan and then snatched it away. The peacock race elder's soul screamed in despair and wanted to escape. Lin Xian activated the Tianji God Eye technique and used the locking spring and autumn to pull the other soul into the illusion world. Didn't the other party say that he would torture his soul for thousands of years? Well, he would fulfill the other party's wish. In his illusion world, he let the other party suffer 3,000 years of torture. Amidst the endless misery and despair, the soul of the peacock race elder dissipated. The others were also terrified, as if they were facing a great enemy. It was too terrifying. The current Linwoody was even more terrifying than a year ago. Moreover, he was incomparably mysterious. With a raise of his hand, he easily killed a peacock race elite. Everyone was terrified. There were even some people who frowned. What was that black and white palm? They felt a chill run down their spines. It felt like yin and yang energies. No way. Could it be that this Linwoody could directly cultivate the yin and yang laws? It was absolutely impossible. They shook their heads frantically. This kind of origin laws could only be passed down in some ancient planets. There was no way to learn it in other places. After killing the peacock race elder, Lin Xian obtained an ice fan. The ice fan wanted to resist. Lin Xian used the Tianji God Eye and erased the soul on it. However, he found that there were 2 soul imprints on it. Besides the elders, there was another one that was even stronger. Chapter 3930. Lin Xian guessed that it should be the man from the peacock tribe. So what? His gods, I shot out a golden blade of light, directly erasing the soul of that person. The soul screamed as it disappeared. Damn it, I don't care who you are. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Then it turned into green smoke and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care about such a threat. If the other party dared to come, he would destroy him. That was all. He stared in front of him in surprise. This place was too unusual. It could even temper weapons. There were more than a dozen sacred weapons. Although they hadn't been completely tempered, they had already taken shape. They should be able to take shape after a period of time. Once they were formed, how terrifying would their power be? They were tempered with yin and yang qi. He looked carefully and found that the materials needed to make these sacred weapons were extremely precious. They were all rare metals. Some of them had even gone extinct. He had to search hundreds of worlds to find a little bit of them. Good stuff. It was indeed good stuff. Lin Xian was delighted. This gossip really surprised him. Lin Xian was overjoyed and strode forward. Stop! The people around him shouted coldly. Lin Xian turned his head and asked coldly, How dare you stop me? Those people were so scared that they trembled. To be honest, the other party easily killed the Peacock tribe's elite. It made their scalps tingle. However, they couldn't just watch as the other party went to get the treasure now. They said, Lin Woody, don't be too arrogant. Our elites will be here soon. Yes, Senior sister, he phone will be here too. You'd better stay there obediently. It's impossible for you to take this place for yourself. Humph. Lin Xian stretched out a large black and white hand and slapped forward. How dare you? That person roared and took out a fiery red tree branch to block. But with a bang, he exploded. His body was torn into pieces, and his soul fled in panic. The surrounding people were terrified again. One had to know that the fiery red tree branch could block the ice fan. One could imagine that it was also a kind of treasure, but even one of Lin Xian's cards couldn't stop him. Good stuff. Lin Xian sent that expert flying. Seeing the fiery red branch, he snatched it and used his heavenly fate god eye to erase the soul on it. This thing belongs to me. The soul of that powerful being was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. However, he didn't dare to say anything. He was only heavily injured now. If he dared to make a ruckus, he would probably have his heart and soul destroyed. Damn it. It looks like I can only wait for senior brother Golden Rock to come and avenge him. Who else dares to stop me? Lin Xian didn't step forward. Instead, he looked around. Those people fell silent. They were no match for him at all. Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Xian walked forward. He wanted to go in and collect all of the saint artifacts. However, he had only taken a few steps when the saint artifacts in front of him began to attack. Their terrifying auras made Lin Xian jump in fright. His figure flashed and dodged the attacks. Then he frowned. They could actually take the initiative to attack. Interesting. He reached out a large black and white palm and sent the attacks flying. However, he found that the saint artifacts could still move. It seemed that they had formed a weapon formation. He couldn't take them down in a short time. Lin Xian frowned. The people around him were also surprised. Soon those people sneered. Great. It seemed that the treasures weren't so easy to take. So what if Lin Wuti was strong? In the end, he was still stopped by these sacred weapons. Humph! When their experts arrived, it would be his time of death. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He was proficient in formations. After some deduction, he found a way to break it. However, he needed some special methods. He turned his head and stared at the expert from Demon City. You come here. The expert's body had been destroyed and had just recovered. When he saw Lin Wuti, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. He braced himself and said, What do you want? I've thought of a way to break it, but I need people to experiment. Go up and try it. As soon as he said that, the people around him were stunned. The great demon from Demon City was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, do you want me to be your guinea pig? He was about to faint from anger. You've gone too far. After Lin Xian heard that, he sneered. Can I do that? When I first came here, many of you did the same thing. Even my junior brother from Wushuang City was treated the same way. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Can I do that? Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. It was incomparably mysterious and made people's hair stand on end. The others were silent. Indeed, they had used this method many times. It was just that Lin Xian was using it now. They felt uncomfortable all over. Now I'll give you two choices. Either you do the experiment or I kill you now. You choose for yourself. The great demon was silent. He really didn't want to make a choice. Both of the results were extremely dangerous. But in the end, he sighed. It was better to listen to Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to live. Just as he raised his head, he saw a black and white palm coming over and directly smashing him into a bloody mist. Even his soul couldn't escape. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why did Lin Wuti suddenly attack? Lin Xian retracted his palm and snorted coldly. You've had too much time to think. I don't give you that much time. Next you. Which path do you want to take? This time, it was a Thunder God expert. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Damn, this method is too ruthless. He nodded without saying anything. I'm willing to be the guinea pig. What a joke. If he hesitated for a while, he would probably be smashed into a bloody pulp. Very good. What about you? Lin Xian looked at the other people. Those people's scalps went numb. They nodded one after another. We're willing to try. However, there was an exception, and that was the people from Myriad Sword Pavilion. He said coldly, Kid, do you know who I am? I'm from Myriad Sword Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, try it. This was a young man. He seemed to be a young genius. However, his strength was already very terrifying. Although his cultivation was at the middle stage of the fifth heavenly layer. Although he was a fifth heaven expert, coupled with the sword law and countless exquisite sword techniques, his combat strength was probably not weaker than a fifth heaven expert. Even Lin Xian suspected that this was a chief disciple, but soon he denied it. No, a chief disciple should be stronger than this. If it was a year ago, this person's strength would be a chief disciple. But in this year, in this Roland's Golden Palace, there were too many opportunities. The chief disciple had long advanced by leaps and bounds. This person only had the strength of a chief disciple back then. Now, in front of him, he was nothing. Chapter 39-31. Are they from the Myriad Swords Pavilion? They are a group of sword saints. It's too terrifying. I heard that a core disciple of the Myriad Swords Pavilion was training outside, and a top family of a world injured him. As a result, countless sword saints from the Myriad Swords Pavilion arrived. That family and that world were all wiped out. Since then, very few people dared to offend the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Indeed, these sword saints were too powerful, especially this group of sword saints. They could really wipe out everything. Coupled with the fact that they had wiped out a world, no one dared to provoke the Myriad Swords Pavilion. Only some extremely terrifying existences would dare to do so. Would this Lin Xian dare to do so? The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion raised his head with a sneer in his eyes. Would this guy dare to touch him? He was sure that this guy would die miserably. Myriad Swords Pavilion? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Your senior sister, Fire Phoenix, was defeated by me. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Impossible. You're talking nonsense. The young man from the Myriad Swords Pavilion roared crazily. He did not believe it at all. How powerful was their senior sister, Fire Phoenix? How could she possibly lose to him? The Myriad Swords Pavilion had their own pride, and they would not allow others to humiliate them. His body was emitting a terrifying sword law. I don't care what kind of tricks you used. If you dare to injure my senior sister, Fire Phoenix, you're dead meat. Let me tell you, there is an expert from the Myriad Swords Pavilion on the pilgrim list. Do you dare to make a move? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right. How could they forget about this? The few monsters on the pilgrim list were all here. One of them was indeed from the Myriad Swords Pavilion. He was in existence, even more terrifying than the chief disciple. Because he was a minor saint, his strength was extremely strong. Now that he had suppressed his cultivation base, he was still far stronger than ordinary experts. Other than the opponents on the pilgrim list, he could be said to be invincible in the world. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Oh, someone on the pilgrim list? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and did not say a word. Currently, he knew that there were two people on the pilgrim list. One was from the Myriad Swords Pavilion, and the other was from the great desolate mansion. He wondered which holy city the others were from. Hee, kid, are you afraid? The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion raised his chin even higher. What Lin Wudi? What chief disciple? In front of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, weren't they all trembling? Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. After all, the names of the experts on the pilgrim roll were truly terrifying. At this moment, another person stepped forward. Lin Wudi, you are too arrogant. How dare you try to take it all for yourself? Wow, did someone jump out again? The crowd was shocked. Soon after, he exclaimed in surprise. So they were from the great desolate mansion. The great desolate mansion also had a spot on the pilgrim roll. Its deterrence was no weaker than that of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Therefore, at this moment, they also jumped out and clamored. Lin Wuti was finished. Everyone knew that Lin Wuti was definitely going to retreat this time. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was already on the verge of collapsing, let alone the great Desolation Mansion. Not to mention Lin Wuti. Even if Golden Rock and the others came, they would not dare to be presumptuous. Lin Xian glanced at the other party, his eyes flickering, but he did not say a word. In front of him, the person from the great Desolation Mansion sneered. Lin Wuti, how dare you be arrogant in front of us? Get lost. Kneel down obediently and hand over your treasures. If you do, I can give you a quick death. Everyone fell silent. There was nothing they could do. After all, the other party had an expert on the pilgrim roll. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned, because they saw Lin Xian make a move. Another large black and white palm stretched out, instantly enveloping the expert from the great Desolation Mansion. Then, the palm exerted force and killed the person completely. The person's body was shattered. Sacred blood flowed out from the tip of his finger, piercing through the void. He roared crazily, "Damn it, how dare you hurt me? Do you want to die? The great Desolation Mansion has an expert on the pilgrim roll. If he attacks, you will die for sure. Let me go now." However, Lin Xian did not say a word. What answered him was an even more violent attack. The two types of laws formed a taiji diagram and killed the person completely. Lin Xian released his hand. Endless blood splattered and fell into the void, forming a void. "Are you threatening me?" Go to hell then." Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Everyone was stunned. Oh heavens! What did Lin Wuti do? He killed someone from the great Desolation Mansion. Moreover, he did it after bringing up an expert on the pilgrim roll. Wasn't this a slap to the pilgrim roll's face? How terrifying was the pilgrim roll! The second astral realm was so vast that there were many sacred cities. In each sacred city, there were several generations of disciples competing for a spot on the pilgrim roll. One could imagine how intense the competition was. At this moment, there were only 7 people on the pilgrim roll. What kind of strength did these 7 people represent? Needless to say, they were definitely at the peak of strength. Would it be a good thing to provoke such a person? However, Lin Wuti had provoked them directly, and he had slapped them in the face. He had killed an expert from the great Desolation Mansion. Everyone was shocked by this. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was also stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. How could Lin Wuti dare to attack him? To be honest, he was stunned. Previously, he had brought up the pilgrim roll, thinking that Lin Wuti's silence was because he was afraid and would definitely submit. Moreover, if the great Desolation Mansion came again, Lin Wuti would definitely die. However, Lin Wuti did not submit at all. Instead, he attacked and killed the person who had provoked him. Lin Wuti did not care about the pilgrim roll or the dazzling genius at all. He was a lunatic. Would Lin Wuti attack him now? Sure enough, he felt Lin Xian's gaze on him and his eyelids twitched. What are you trying to do?" At this moment, the young man no longer had the arrogance from before. Instead, there was a deep sense of fear. This person was a great demon who did not play by the rules. The people on the pilgrim roll were powerful, but they only represented themselves. If you want to rely on the pilgrim roll to show off, fine. However, if you want to use the power of the pilgrim roll to suppress me, then you're too naive. Lin Xian took a step forward. The 2 types of laws on his body condensed to form a strange taiji pattern. He even mobilized the surrounding yin and yang qi to form a force of heaven and earth. The pressure was so strong that the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could not withstand it at all. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. His body trembled. "No, don't kill me." He begged for mercy in horror. He knelt. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion had knelt. The people around him had all gone crazy. Lin Xian was the same. He threw his head back and laughed, his eyes filled with endless arrogance. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion, the great desolation mansion, whoever stood in his way, he would kill them all. Chapter 39-32. Wasn't the 10,000 Swords Pavilion arrogant? Didn't they think that no one dared to provoke them? Well, he would let them know what despair was. He wouldn't kill them, but he would torture them. He wanted to defeat their pride and make them grovel before him. That was 100 times worse than killing them. As expected, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion came to his senses and realized that he had already knelt before Lin Fan. He couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from anger. He would probably live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. Of the two geniuses, one fainted from anger and the other was killed. The remaining people didn't dare to rebel. They obediently followed Lin Xian's orders and began to experiment like lab rats. Thus, Lin Xian began to decipher the formation. A few days later, the aura of the place completely spread. A terrifying figure descended and roared in all directions. Lin Wuti, prepare to die. A huge seal slammed down. It was incomparably black, and it covered the sky and the earth. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian's body swayed and he dodged the attack. Then he looked into the distance. An expert had arrived. The others were also stunned. In the next moment, they saw a majestic man in a battle robe descending. It was the man from the Peacock tribe. It seemed that he was here for revenge. On the other side, a golden light filled the sky. The golden rock also appeared. The saber light on his body destroyed a part of the world. You're still alive. Very well, I'll kill you with my own hands. His voice was filled with endless dominance. In the sky, flames spread. A phoenix spun, forming a beautiful figure. It turned into a fire phoenix. Kid, I'll make you wish you were dead. The fire phoenix roared angrily. Her eyes were also filled with monstrous killing intent. They were already aware of what had happened. Lin Fan dared to humiliate the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. She had to kill him. 3 experts had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar. They knew that Lin Wuti couldn't escape this calamity. The people on the Pilgrim leaderboard were famous, but they were too far away, and they didn't come to the Golden Palace. So Lin Wuti dared to make a fuss. But now, 3 great cultivators had descended together, joining forces to kill Lin Xian. This time, Lin Wuti should back down and be afraid, right? Oh, they're all here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked around. That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you guys one by one. Today, I'll kill you all. He was very excited. In his opinion, one was not enough. Only when the 3 of them worked together would he be able to use Taiji with all his might. In this 1 year, my growth and strength is not something you can imagine. The man from the Peacock race coldly shouted. The Golden Rock also said coldly, Today, I will definitely kill you with my sword. Lin Wuti, you're too arrogant. Today is the day you die. Fire Phoenix also stood out, surrounded by murderous aura. She was the first to strike. Terrifying sword techniques swept through the air, heading straight for Lin Xian. The Golden Rock also attacked. The 2 of them attacked together. Their power was extremely terrifying. The surrounding people went crazy. Heavens, were the 3 experts going to attack together? It was unbelievable. They thought that with Lin Wuti's status and strength, he would at least fight one-on-one. Wasn't it a little too much for the 3 of them to attack together? However, the 3 of them didn't seem to be embarrassed. At this moment, they attacked crazily. The Golden Rock roared. Rays of light slashed down from the sky, turning into terrifying beast phantoms that pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hands. The death and sun precepts quickly condensed and were pushed out by him. With a boom, The terrifying yin and yang completely shattered the other party's blade. Not only that, but this force also attacked the golden rock. So strong! The surrounding people were stunned. They knew that the golden rock had changed in a year. It was absolutely incomparable. It was far from comparable to before. In their opinion, Lin Wudy might not be able to block it. But now, even Lin Wudy's strength was really shocking. What had the other party experienced in this year? The golden rock was also stunned. Although the attack just now wasn't his most powerful attack, he didn't hold back. But even so, he was easily sent flying by the other party. This was a little too unbelievable. What kind of power did the other party use? Why did he feel that there was a terrifying yang force and a terrifying yin force? And the two seemed to be fusing. Impossible. He roared crazily, dodging the other party's attack. At the same time, he attacked aggressively. The other two also attacked. A fiery red sword appeared in Huifeng's hand. With monstrous precepts, she slashed forward. Incomparably brilliant sword light flashed, and terrifying precepts filled the air. On the other side, Mr. Peacock and Gung Zi roared. Their palms turned into a large, 5-colored seal and fell from the sky. It was like an ancient divine mountain that could suppress everything. Kill! Lin Xian roared to the sky. He wanted to fight the 3 experts alone. At this moment, he was extremely strong. The death precepts in his left hand and the sun precepts in his right. His hands met, and the two forces merged perfectly under the effect of Tai Chi Kill. At this moment, the yin and yang forces on Lin Xian's body trembled, and a terrifying aura filled the air. He charged out powerfully. With a wave of his hand, the yin and yang light cut through the space in front of him like lightning. He sent the other parties, sword chi flying. At the same time, he raised his foot and blocked the mountain moon seal in the sky. Lin Xian's attacks were bold and powerful, and his strength was incomparable. He fought with the 3 experts, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The surrounding people went crazy, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This Lin Wudy was too heaven-defying. He could really fight the 3 of them alone. This was impossible. Many people screamed crazily. Lin Wudy's strength was extremely strong. If he could fight against any one of the 3 experts, then they could believe it. But to fight against the 3 of them together, they couldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What kind of strength did these 3 people have? If they joined forces, no one would be able to stop them. But now Lin Wudy blocked them. How was this possible? The people of the Holy City were also shocked. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was so scared that he knelt on the ground again. Originally, he thought that with their senior sister Fire Phoenix here, he could hold his head high and avenge him. But now it seemed that it would be difficult to achieve. Golden Rock, Fire Phoenix, and Peacock's pupils shrank, and their hearts were filled with shock. They were quite confident in their own strength. In their opinion, if the 3 of them attacked crazily without caring about their own safety, wouldn't they be able to kill the other party in an instant? But now, more than 50 moves had passed, and they were still unable to do anything to the other party. Damn it, the other party's aura was too terrifying. It seemed to have turned into yin and yang. The surrounding yin and yang chi was being mobilized by the other party. Could it be that this kid had obtained the yin and yang inheritance? Or had he cultivated the yin and yang laws? Chapter 39-33. Damn it. No, they had to capture this kid. They had to find out his secrets. The 3 of them were envious. They were envious of the strength of 1 against 3. They had to obtain this power. Buzz, the man from the peacock race, was the first to attack. He roared, and a large seal appeared in his hand. It was a large black seal that looked like black jade. The moment it appeared, it suppressed the world. The surroundings instantly darkened. Those who were watching the battle felt their hair stand on end. Retreat quickly. What was that? That black seal was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the ice fan. Everyone now understood why the Peacock Man did not want the ice fan. It turned out that he had a better treasure. When the seal landed, the Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix were extremely shocked. They sneered. The other party should be dead now, right? Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. This should be the other party's trump card, right? No wonder he was so arrogant before. He had indeed obtained an incredible opportunity. He snorted coldly and activated the Tai Chi art. The power of death and the law of sun gathered in his hand, forming a Tai Chi art. He pushed it out. Boom! The Tai Chi art was as fast as lightning. It broke through the sky and hit the black seal. With a loud clang, the pitch-black seal was sent flying. Not only that, the speed of the Tai Chi art did not slow down. It quickly attacked the Peacock Man. How was that possible? The surrounding people were completely stunned. The Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix could not believe it. The Peacock Man's pupils constricted. How powerful was that seal? He was confident that it could suppress the Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix. Could he not kill the other party? However, the other party sent him flying with a single attack. Damn it! What was that yin-yang light? It was too terrifying. He quickly retreated, but he realized that it was too late. That lightning-like killing intent had locked onto him. Damn it! He could only activate his battle robe to protect his body. With a loud boom, the attack landed on his battle robe and sent him flying. Boom! The void shattered, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The yin-yang energy completely exploded. The Peacock Man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was too frightened. He was injured. How was that possible? The surrounding people were also screaming nonstop. That was an ancient battle robe made from the skins of dozens of sages. Its defensive power was astonishing. Not many people under the Minor Saint realm could break it, but now it had been broken by Linwoody. No, the Saint battle robe was not damaged. It was just that the impact was too strong. The Saint battle robe was unable to completely block the attack, so the power was transmitted, injuring the Peacock clan cultivator. There were experts analyzing the situation at the back. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Just what kind of power could be so powerful? Look, what is that yin-yang light? Everyone screamed. They saw that the yin and yang energies did not disappear. Instead, they were spinning in the sky. Could it be the yin-yang diagram? At last, they were frightened. Two yin-yang fishes circled in the air. If this wasn't a yin-yang diagram, then what was it? Did Lin Woody master the power of origin? Damn it, he had obtained a heaven-defying fortune. At this moment, everyone went crazy. They finally understood why Lin Xian dared to challenge 3 people at once. It turned out that there was such a terrifying source power. Impossible, did he really know it? Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix were dumbfounded. The Peacock clan cultivator's face became extremely ugly. His wounds healed quickly, but his face was extremely pale. Why aren't you guys taking action? The 3 of us will use all our trump cards. I don't believe that we can't suppress him. At that time, the power of the origin will be ours. All right. Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix nodded. They no longer stayed behind. Golden Rock took out a yin-yang vase. There were yin and yang energies circulating in it. Fire Phoenix also took out an ancient mirror. The front side was yang and the back side was yin. It carried an extremely terrifying aura. What a terrifying treasure. It actually contained yin and yang energies. It seemed that these 2 people had also obtained an incredible fortune. These should be 2 saint artifacts. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. However, Golden Rock and Fire Phoenix's eyes were even redder. Although they had obtained such saint artifacts and their power was unparalleled, how could they be compared to Lin Xian? Lin Xian himself knew how to use this kind of origin power. It was a completely different concept from wielding a saint artifact. They naturally wanted to master this power themselves and not rely on the saint artifacts. However, they were still confident. Although Lin Xian had mastered this source power, so what? Lin Xian only had a year's time. He wouldn't have cultivated it too deeply. He should have only grasped a little. If the three of them joined forces, they should be able to suppress him. Kill him. Golden Rock roared. The yin-yang vase in his hand released a terrifying aura. It quickly swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a terrifying devouring power that seemed to want to swallow him. It seemed that the yin-yang vase could suck people in and then refine them with yin and yang energies. On the other side, Fire Phoenix also made his move. He struck out with the yin-yang mirror in his hand. Two completely opposite forces flew out. This was a fatal blow. Peacock roared angrily. The pitch-black seal fell again. This place had been completely destroyed. Everyone was sent flying. Many of them coughed up blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. With the three of them attacking, there was probably nothing that could stop them. Lin Xian's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian's face was also extremely gloomy. He crazily activated the Tai Chi art. A Tai Chi pattern appeared on his body. Xiao Chen swung his fists, opening and closing them wide. Every strike contained the might of Taiji, extremely strong. Boom! He reached out and grabbed the seal, controlling it in midair. On the other side, the terrifying yin-yang mirror's light was also kicked away by him. Lin Xian didn't resist the terrifying devouring power at all. Instead, he used the force to quickly fly forward. Great! Golden Rock sneered. However, it didn't take long for him to become terrified. He decisively retreated. He realized that the other party seemed to be coming towards him. It seemed that the other party wasn't sucked in by the yin-yang vase. He was doing it on purpose. Lin Xian charged in front of him. The Tai Chi on his body erupted and blocked the yin-yang vase. At the same time, he punched out. Golden Rock retreated and vomited blood. Ah! Golden Rock roared and slashed out with the golden saber in his hand. He was crazy. He was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by the other party so easily. Damn it, he couldn't stand it. This Lin Wudi was too brave. Yes, the three great experts had taken out such terrifying sacred artifacts, but they couldn't do anything to him. No one would be able to suppress him. Chapter 39-34. Attack! The Fire Phoenix controlled the yin-yang mirror while executing a peerless sword technique. The terrifying flames transformed into phoenixes one after another, rushing over. On the other side, the man from the Peacock race activated the Black Seal while executing the Peacock race's ultimate technique. They would not let the other party kill the Golden Rock. Lin Xian was still not afraid. His body emitted a Tai Chi symbol. The terrifying power of yin and yang filled the world. Moreover, he had the divine body, the dragon sword soul, and an unparalleled secret skill. Each of them was a peerless divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, his power was at its peak. Boom! He punched out with the power of yin and yang, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. It directly knocked away the sword chi that filled the sky and charged towards the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix screamed and unleashed an even more terrifying sword light to block the attack. However, she was so scared that she broke out in cold sweat. Every attack from the other party was a great threat to her. At this moment, the man from the Peacock race also charged over. His 5-colored divine light could sweep through everything. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. The power of Tai Chi and the stellar shift were like 4 ounces moving 1,000 caddies. The 5-colored divine light was pushed aside by him and directly charged towards the Golden Rock. The Golden Rock had just stopped his injuries when he saw the 5-colored divine light. He quickly blocked it. However, he was still forced back and vomited blood again. Ah, damn it, you attacked me. He stared at the man from the Peacock race with murderous intent. The man from the Peacock race also had a cold expression. Look carefully, it's not me who hit you. It's this kid's strange attack. Humph. The Golden Rock was very cold and did not say anything else. He had experienced this kind of strange attack before. Last time he was injured by this attack, so his expression was extremely cold. Everyone, let's attack together. An earth-shattering power was displayed. The three great experts attacked together, and the entire world shook. Only Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He had mastered the power of yin and yang and could use Tai Chi otherwise. Any other expert would have died here. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His use of Tai Chi also became more and more proficient. Not only could the Tai Chi art mobilize the power of yin and yang, but it could also use softness to overcome hardness. In fact, he could even control the situation first and stop it with an action. Too powerful. These were all manifestations of the great Tao. Lin Xian felt that he had entered a new realm. For example, at this moment, he stood in the void without moving. Facing the powerful attacks of the three, his eyes were sharp. When the attacks were about to reach him, he moved. This movement was like a sudden clap of thunder that tore through everything. He sent all of these forces flying. A terrifying fist blasted out. Sometimes he would go berserk, making it impossible for people to guard against him. The three experts were beaten until their auras were tumbling. Sometimes their bodies even split apart. They complained bitterly. It was also because of them that they had obtained the powerful yin-yang treasures, as well as the great fortune of the past year. Otherwise, they would have died without a burial ground. However, even with that being the case, they still felt that they would not be able to last for long. It wouldn't be long before the three of them were completely defeated. When they thought of this possibility, the three of them couldn't believe it. Was the other party already so heaven-defying? The five-colored divine light washed everything. The peacock man shouted loudly, and his entire body emitted a five-colored light, forming a five-colored world. It was dazzling, and the aura of the great Tao filled the air. At this moment, he was finally going to use the peacock race's ultimate divine ability. The five-colored world pressed down from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. The peacock race controlled the five-colored divine light, which could wash everything in the world. At this moment, the peacock man was displaying his strength to the extreme. Lin Xian used the Taiji art. The Taiji art spun and blocked the other party's five-colored divine light. At this moment, the golden rock also charged over. True feather. He roared, and two primordial stone feathers flew out from his two wings, carrying the power of his bloodline. They were much more powerful than ordinary sacred artifacts. Moreover, as they intertwined with each other, they formed two ultimate attacks. This time, they even hid their tracks. It was impossible to guard against them. Phoenix danced for 9 days. The fire phoenix also used a peerless divine ability. Accompanied by the phantom of the phoenix, she slashed down with her long sword. The three of them didn't hold back at all. Was this a life-and-death battle? They didn't expect the three of them to be forced to such a state. The people in the distance retreated frantically. You want to end this quickly? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian roared, and the Taiji art on his body erupted with an unparalleled light. The law of death in his left hand formed a black moon, and the law of sun in his right hand formed a dazzling sun. His hands crossed, forming a terrifying yin-yang ball. This power was too terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Kill! With a roar, the yin-yang qi that filled the sky completely erupted at this moment. Lin Xian was like a yin-yang war god, forcefully splitting open the sky. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire place was completely drowned out. Even the entire 8 trigrams shook violently. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were also shocked. Damn it, what was happening? They were all terrified. The spectators screamed in unison. This attack should be enough to determine the winner. The terrifying energy lasted for a long time before slowly dissipating. 3 figures appeared. They were the peacock, the golden rock, and Horfeng. The 3 of them were pale, and they were breathing heavily. Is he dead? The 3 of them frowned. The power was too strong. Yes, if they had known, they would have held back. They would have kept his soul and tortured out the yin-yang origin energy to pass on their inheritance. Huafeng also frowned. The Peacock Man said, "No, he shouldn't have died so easily. Just like how he died, the remaining flesh and blood on his body can also allow us to explore his secrets." A biting, cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The three of them began to search, but soon they felt their hair stand on end. The golden rock screamed, and the great rock spread its wings, displaying extreme speed. However, he was sent flying by a slap. His body shattered, and countless golden feathers fluttered in all directions. The golden rock's entire body was smashed into a bloody mist. This attack was too powerful. How was this possible? Who did it? Huafeng screamed, and the Peacock Man's hair stood on end. He wrapped his battle robe around his body. In the next moment, they saw a person who looked like a god-fiend walk out. "It's you. You're not dead." They saw Lin Xian. But what shocked them was that not only was Lin Xian not dead, but the aura on his body had become even more terrifying. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena surrounded him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. The attack just now had also injured him. However, this angered him even more. He attacked forcefully, jumping out like a giant dragon. He charged towards Huafeng. Damn it, the flames of war were burning the plains. Her long sword danced, and flaming sword qi filled the sky. Chapter 39-35. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He struck out a wave of sword qi and blocked the other party's blazing prairie. At the same time, he used the Kunpeng's speed to the extreme and arrived behind the fire phoenix. The Taiji diagram in his hand flew out like a peerless sword. It split the fire phoenix in half. Ah! The fire phoenix screamed, scared out of her wits. She quickly retreated with a bloody mist. Lin Xian stomped his foot again and charged towards the man from the Peacock clan. "How dare you!" The man from the Peacock clan suddenly recalled the five-colored world and surrounded his body. He said, coldly like a ruler, "I am invulnerable. You can't kill me." Sure enough, the surrounding aura was swept away by the five-colored divine light. This was the Peacock clan's bloodline ability. Invulnerable. Are you sure? Lin Xian sneered. Today, he would break the other party's ability. He charged over aggressively. The yin and yang in the sky all turned into terrifying sword qi and fell crazily with his movements. The five-colored world trembled and was about to collapse. The man from the Peacock clan also roared at the sky. Block it. The five-colored divine light swept out like a storm and blocked the sword qi. Did he succeed? The people in the distance exclaimed in surprise. The fire phoenix and the golden rock also quickly recovered. Hope was restored in their eyes. "Lin Wudi, you are not invincible. I can block your yin and yang." The man from the Peacock clan stood in the five-colored world and roared coldly. "Is that so? Then can you block this sword?" The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body roared. The yin and yang sword qi turned into a giant dragon and rushed down crazily. Its power was even stronger than before. Some of the five-colored divine light in the five-colored world were actually split open. Some were directly destroyed. How is this possible? You can actually destroy my five-colored divine light. The man from the Peacock clan screamed. He couldn't believe it. The five-colored divine light of the Peacock clan was known to sweep through everything and be invulnerable. What could be destroyed? How did the other party do it? The golden rock and the fire phoenix also screamed at this moment. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "So what? Open up." The giant dragon roared again and again, and the yin-yang taiji on his body became even more powerful. The sword qi was completely under his control. At this moment, he was not only the yin-yang war god, but also the sword ruler. The sword soared into the sky, destroying everything in its path. In the end, the five-colored divine lights were all sent flying. The five-colored world was also split open. The man from the peacock race quickly fled. Damn it! He placed the yin-yang seal in front of him and retreated quickly. Kill! Lin Xian waved his hand and used stellar transposition to send the seal flying into the distance. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, he chased after him in a frenzy. Damn it! The man from the peacock race broke out in cold sweat when he saw the other party chasing after him so easily. He spread his peacock wings and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave this place completely. However, this time the yin-yang hand reached out and sealed off the area. At the same time, Lin Xian made a strong move. A huge foot stomped down on his head. How dare you? How dare you provoke me like this? The man from the peacock race was furious. He raised his hand and shot out a five-colored divine light. Terrifying laws filled the air, but he could not block it at all. His palm instantly shattered. Half of his body also caved in. Damn it! The battle robe on his body emitted a terrifying light that completely enveloped his body. Only then did he dodge the attack. Then Lin Xian launched a frenzied attack, hitting Mr. Peacock until he vomited blood. Useless brat, my battle robe is unparalleled. Although you can injure me, you can't kill me. At the same time he roared, why aren't you two attacking? This was a good opportunity. In the distance, the golden rock and the fire phoenix stood up again. They held their swords and sabers and rushed over quickly. Indeed, Mr. Peacock attracted the firepower. The two of them might have a chance to launch a sneak attack. In front, Lin Xian sneered. I can't break your defense. You're too naive. If you had a divine body or a sacred body, you might be able to do it. However, you think you can block my attack with just a battle robe? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. Lin Xian's palm struck out a terrifying death law. Cultivating the Tai Chi diagram could not only fuse yin and yang to form Tai Chi, but it could also be used alone. It was just like the five elements law. It could be gathered and dispersed. Moreover, the power of a single law was far greater than before. At this moment, Lin Xian's death law had become stronger than before. Black chains appeared and locked the other party's body. At the same time, they began to deprive the other party of his vitality. Although the saint's battle robe was strong, it could not block the death law. The peacock was terrified. The five-colored divine light protected his body. In the end, he began to burn his bloodline to barely block it. However, he was already crying in fear. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden light blade that pierced towards the other party's soul. The man from the peacock race screamed. His soul was severely injured again. Damn it, he was completely terrified. How could the other party be so strong? The other party's physique, laws, and even soul were all top-notch. He had never seen such a person before. One had to know that although the strong were powerful, they would always have one ultimate technique that they were good at. Although the others were outstanding, they were far inferior to that ultimate technique. The Fire Phoenix sword technique was superb, the Golden Rock was fast, and the saber technique could destroy everything. They were incomparably violent. As for him, his five-color divine light could wash everything away and make him invulnerable. These were all their peerless divine powers. However, Lin Xian was different. Every one of his divine powers seemed to be a peerless divine ability. Whether it was physique, techniques, or laws, they were all top-notch. He seemed to have no weaknesses. Such a person was simply invincible. Buzz! Lin Xian struck out with the Great Destruction Spear. The power of Tai Chi poured into the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, he kept using his unparalleled secret technique to deal 5 times the damage. This attack was really powerful to the extreme. The man from the peacock race was sent flying. The battle robe on his body also had cracks. No, he was too terrified. His unparalleled defensive treasure was about to be broken. His heart was bleeding. At the same time, he frantically struck out the 5-colored divine light in an attempt to escape. He couldn't continue fighting. Another shocking attack pierced through the armor. The body of the man from the peacock race was penetrated and nailed in the void. The Golden Rock and Huafeng, who had just arrived, also stopped when they saw this scene. They were dumbfounded. Everyone around was completely stunned. The saint's battle robe was broken. The peacock man was penetrated. Lin Wuti was too strong. He was really defying the heavens. The man from the peacock bamboo roared at the sky. "You dare to kill me? Our peacock bright king, saint, will not let you off. Is that so? Then, when you go to hell, you must remember my name. My name is Lin Wuti. Don't find the wrong person." Lin Xian's long spear directly shattered the other party's body. The power of death directly extracted the other party's soul. Chapter 39-36. His bloodline and soul dimmed. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword Qi rushed out and destroyed the last trace of life. A broken battle robe fell from the sky. What came with it was fresh blood. It pierced through the sky. The other party was completely killed. There was no way he could survive. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. Many of them knelt on the ground. How could such a powerful expert of the peacock race be killed? The fire phoenix was stunned. The golden rock trembled. He screamed and turned to run. At this moment, he used his bloodline talent to the extreme. The golden rock turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance. He didn't dare to attack again. The surrounding people couldn't believe that the golden rock had actually escaped. Moreover, it had used its maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian didn't chase after him. He activated the heavenly secret child prodigy, a pair of golden eyes in the sky, locked down like the eyes of a god. He shot out a golden light pattern and marked the golden rock. As long as the mark was there, even if the other party escaped to another world, he could still see him clearly and hunt him down. In other words, no matter how far the other party escaped, he would be under his control. Therefore, Lin Xian turned to look at the fire phoenix. He would kill the fire phoenix first, then go after the golden rock. He wouldn't let any of these 3 people go. What are you trying to do? The fire phoenix was nervous when she saw Lin Xian's gaze. She said coldly, "Kid, you may have defeated me, but it's impossible for you to kill me. I'm from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. If you don't ask around, who would dare to touch the 10,000 Swords Pavilion?" Even though Huafeng was injured and covered in blood, she still raised her chin and exuded an aura of nobility. She was exactly the same as the arrogant 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth from before. Lin Xian laughed when he saw this. Indeed, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of arrogance. Your junior brother, before you, already showed off in front of me. He even used an expert on the sage list to suppress me. But do you know what happened to him? The fire phoenix was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion youth in the distance trembled. He quickly lowered his head, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing this scene, the fire phoenix had a bad feeling in her heart. She asked coldly, "What was the result? Did you attack him? Do you want to die?" She was about to go crazy from anger. Someone dared to provoke their 10,000 Swords Pavilion? They really didn't know how to write the word death. "No, I didn't attack him at all. I merely killed an expert from the great desolate mansion in front of him. I'll let him know that no genius on the pilgrim rankings can threaten me, not to mention suppressing me." So, when he saw this scene, he obediently knelt down and begged for mercy. "If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can give you a quick death." "What?" The flame phoenix screamed in disbelief. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion were kneeling. How could this be? Their 10,000 Swords Pavilion was full of sword saints. Back then, when someone injured one of their core disciples, they could send out countless sword saints to destroy that person's world. Now, Lin Wuti dared to provoke them? What made him even angrier was that the other party actually wanted him to kowtow and apologize. What a joke! The flame phoenix screamed, "Die." This sound wave turned into countless sword waves that slashed out in all directions. The whole world seemed to be split open. The power was incomparably terrifying. Everyone was shocked. Even if the flame phoenix was injured, she wasn't someone that any sage could provoke. Such a person was too strong. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The terrifying power of yin and yang erupted. The Taiji diagram appeared in the sky and suppressed all the sword qi. He said, "Previously, the three of you couldn't even defeat me when you attacked me together, let alone now. Damned brat, do you dare to compete with me in swordsmanship?" The flame phoenix knew that she would definitely die, but she still had a chance. In the past year, the power of her sword law had increased, and her swordsmanship had become more powerful than before. So, she wanted to fight for a chance. "You're no match for me in swordsmanship. You couldn't defeat me a year ago. Do you think you can turn the tables now?" Lin Xian shook his head. The flame phoenix snorted. "What do you mean? You don't dare to? Trying to provoke me? Fine, I'll let you die knowing. So what if it's swordsmanship?" The surrounding people were stunned. Changtian, this Lin Wuti didn't use his advantage in the laws and wanted to compete with the other party in swordsmanship? Did he really think that he was invincible? The Flame Phoenix was a top expert in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Her swordsmanship was unparalleled. Could this Lin Wuti defeat her? These people didn't believe it. The Flame Phoenix was also stunned. But soon she sneered. The other party was too arrogant. She would let him see her improvement in the past year. With a cold shout, countless flaming sword qi danced around her. Sky-burning swordsmanship. The terrifying sword qi was displayed once again. Its power was indeed much stronger than a year ago. Your improvement? Lin Xian sneered. How would you know my improvement in the past year? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the past year, he didn't just cultivate Tai Chi of the 9 primordial blood essences that he obtained. 4 of them were swallowed by the great dragon sword soul. This allowed the great dragon sword soul to recover further. So now, his swordsmanship had far surpassed before. In the next moment, the Flame Phoenix made her move. With a wave of his sword, countless flaming sword qi descended from the sky, bringing with it a brilliant radiance. The sword qi was piercingly cold, piercing through the 9 heavens. The youth of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion clenched his fists. Their senior sister Flame Phoenix would definitely not lose in swordsmanship. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Countless swords also flew out. These sword qi were extremely sharp, piercing through the sky like the swords of a god. Their swords collided and clashed in the sky, sweeping across the area. The surrounding people were all stunned. Did this Lin Wuti really only use sword qi to fight against the other party? He was too confident. I don't think he can last more than 10 moves. Someone came to a conclusion, but soon they were stunned, because they realized that 30 moves had already passed. Not only did Lin Xian's sword qi not break, but it became stronger and stronger. Damn it! Why was the other party's sword qi so sharp? Could it be that he was also a sword saint? No, he didn't have the law of the sword. He was just a swordsman. How could a swordsman without the law of the sword defeat a terrifying sword saint like Flame Phoenix? Everyone felt that they were going crazy. Without the law of the sword, the attack power of the two was not on the same level at all. But why was Lin Wuti able to block it? Flamephoenix's face was also cold. It was the same situation again. A year ago, she was defeated by the other party. Now that her strength had increased greatly, she was still not a match for the other party. Especially in the sword domain, she was suppressed again. This was unbearable. Chapter 39-37. Sky-burning Nirvana Slash. Huifeng screamed as the sword qi on her body jumped. Each one was like a mountain. Murderous intent surged from above as it slashed down. The power was too strong. The surrounding people were terrified. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's end this. 9 suns opened the sky. Countless sword chi condensed, and the golden sword soared into the sky, colliding with the other party's terrifying sword light. The two collided and heaven and earth collapsed. This power was too terrifying. It was as if it could crush the heavens. Puff! Hufeng couldn't block it at all. The fiery red sword in the sky only lasted for a moment before it shattered. A figure was sent flying backward. Hufeng was really injured. Heavens, how could it be? She actually lost to Lin Wudi in swordsmanship. Wasn't she a sword sage? She couldn't beat Lin Wudi even with sword laws. This Lin Wudi was really too heaven-defying. Impossible. The youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed crazily. Senior sister Hufeng actually lost? This made him unable to believe it. Hufeng flew out and landed on the ground, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Her body was covered in cracks, and it looked like she would shatter if she moved a little. She struggled to stand up, but her body was shattered into many pieces. How could this be? Hufeng felt that her heart was about to collapse. Everything was over. Lin Xian walked forward and slashed again. Hufeng's blood splattered everywhere. She was even more miserable. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before she was killed. No. Stop. Damn it, how dare you? The youth from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in the distance roared crazily. The others were also shocked. This Lin Wudi killed the powerhouse of the peacock race, and now he was going to kill Hufeng. Hufeng was not only a top genius of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, but also a powerhouse of the phoenix race. If such a person fell, it would cause a huge commotion. Lin Xian didn't care at all. The Taiji diagram crushed forward. Blood splattered everywhere. Hufeng became incomparably weak. She couldn't resist at all. She was getting weaker and weaker and was about to be destroyed. But at this moment she screamed, "Nirvana!" The blood on her body suddenly burned, turning into a monstrous fire that enveloped her. The terrible light of the fire shone for 9 days. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Phoenix Nirvana. This was a divine ability of the Phoenix clan. For example, the 9-headed Heavenly Snake clan had 9 lives. The Peacock clan's bloodline possessed the 5-colored divine light and was invulnerable. The bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan was Nirvana. No matter how injured you were, once the egg was reborn, it was the same as being resurrected. It was equivalent to saving a life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi diagram directly crushed and collided with those terrifying bloodlines. Did Lin Wudi really want to kill him? These people were all crazy. Even Nirvana was not spared. Inside, Hufeng screamed. She was terrified. This was because she felt that the other party's Taiji diagram could really interrupt her Nirvana. In the end, she screamed, and the bloodline flames grew even larger, swallowing everything. The Taiji diagram was blocked outside. After a long while, the terrifying bloodline flame finally dissipated. A huge rock appeared in front of him. There was a fiery red imprint on it. It was strange and mysterious. Those people were stunned. Was this the Phoenix's Nirvana? There were also some experts who screamed. No, this was the most terrifying Nirvana. It was equivalent to being reborn. This Lin Wudi actually forced Hufeng to such an extent? There were 2 types of Nirvana. One was rapid recovery. For example, Lin Xian had cultivated a divine ability before rebirth from fire. No matter how injured he was, he could recover instantly. The second type was even more dangerous. It was equivalent to giving up all his cultivation and divine abilities and returning to his original state. For example, Hufeng gave up everything and became a phoenix stone. Even if he was resurrected, he would probably not be a saint anymore. He would be in his original state. Perhaps he would only be in a state similar to an ordinary person. This kind of drop in cultivation was like falling from heaven to hell. No one dared to use it. However, in order to save his life, he was probably going all out. Lin Xian snorted coldly after seeing this. Nirvana rebirth, he had some courage. With a wave of his sleeve, he put away the phoenix stone, broke the seal, and threw it directly into the black earth. He was going to give this thing to Murong Qingqing because Murong Qingqing also had the phoenix bloodline, and it was the seven-colored phoenix bloodline. It was just that he didn't have the inheritance of the emperor race. The bloodline of this phoenix might be able to inspire Murong Qingqing. Did he take it away? It seemed that even if Huafeng was reborn, his whereabouts would probably be very miserable. He wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Wuti at all. Countless people were terrified. The man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew that Huafeng was finished. He was angry, but he didn't dare to take revenge. It seemed that he could only preserve his life and leave this place alive before reporting to the experts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Next, it was Jin Peng. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Under his divine ability, he discovered that Jin Peng had already left the blood 8 trigrams and was about to leave the Yin Yang Hall. What a coward! Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Previously, when Jin Peng was strong, he was still arrogant and wanted to kill him more than once. Now that he couldn't beat him, he was running away so quickly. Spineless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't attack immediately. Jin Peng was in his control anyway, and he didn't want to leave so soon. He wanted to see if there were any other opportunities in the 8 trigrams. He flew away towards the center of the blood 8 trigrams again. He felt the pure yin-yang aura there. At the same time, his eyes flickered. The yin-yang 8 trigrams did indeed have a mysterious connection. He didn't know if he could resonate with it and obtain something special. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate Tai Chi the Death and Sun laws condensed and formed a Tai Chi diagram that floated and rotated above his head. It seemed to want to communicate with the blood 8 trigrams. Lin Xian only wanted to give it a try, but he realized that he had succeeded. The 8 trigrams spun violently, and the 8 runes on it bloomed with incomparable light. At this moment, everyone in the 8 trigrams was shocked. Damn it, what's going on? What happened? The blood 8 trigrams were changing. Was he going to disappear? Or was an even greater opportunity about to appear? Not good. Look, what is Lin Wuti doing? Finally, someone screamed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Could it be that Lin Wuti had fallen again? Many people looked around, their gazes sweeping across tens of thousands of miles. They saw that in the depths of the blood 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was using a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. They didn't know what he was doing. What was this guy trying to do? These people were terrified. Lin Xian was also surprised that it was effective. He was just trying and didn't think too much about it. Chapter 39-38. Buzz. The 8 trigrams shook violently. 8 mysterious runes flew out from the 8 spaces and quickly gathered at the center of the 8 trigrams. Then they formed a small 8 trigrams. This 8 trigrams was as red as blood. It had a mysterious aura as it descended. What? A small 8 trigrams? Could it be a kind of creation inheritance? The surrounding people's eyes were red. Damn it. Hurry up. We can't let him get it. We have to get this treasure. These people screamed crazily. They had seen Lin Xian's yin-yang origin power. Sweeping through all 4 directions, no one could match him. They were extremely envious of this origin power, but they couldn't get it at all. Now a small 8 trigrams had appeared. Perhaps it was also an origin power. If they could get it, they wouldn't be weaker than Lin Wuti. They might be even stronger. How could they not be tempted? At this moment, the eyes of the powerhouses in the 8 spaces of the 8 trigrams turned red. They quickly gathered their teammates. Such a heaven-defying treasure had to be snatched across everything. As expected, the powerhouses in the other halls were shocked when they heard the news. Was there such an origin power? Let's go. Some of them rushed out from the heavenly palace, while others rushed out from the earth palace. In short, they all rushed to the Yin Yang Hall. The Golden Rock also came back with the powerhouses of the Demon City. On the other side, the young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion used a secret technique to contact the Sword Sage of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They were determined to get their revenge. Whether it was Lin Wudy or anyone else who dared to go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, everything would be turned to ashes. In an instant, many powerhouses appeared in the Yin Yang Hall. Moreover, they quickly rushed to the 8 trigrams in the sky. In the center of the 8 trigrams, Lin Xian was stunned. What was going on? Was there really a creation inheritance? He reached out to grab the small 8 trigrams. At this moment, the people around him roared, "Stop! Damn you, Lin Wudy! How dare you? Put down the treasure!" These people roared crazily. Although they knew that they couldn't beat Lin Wudy, they wouldn't just watch the treasure be taken away. These people began to release all kinds of mystiques and laws from afar. Boundless power surged over, blasting apart a part of the world. This time, there were many people who left. Although their individual strength was not enough, at this moment, when they attacked together, the power was truly incomparably shocking. The stars moved. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, and a strange force pushed the berserk mystiques in another direction. The space in front of him continued to shatter, forming an endless abyss. Damn it! Those people did not give up and charged over again. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram. It spun continuously in his hand, pushing all the power to the surroundings. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed hold of a small piece of gossip. Then he put it away. Right now, he didn't have the time to figure out what this careful gossip was for. I have to get out of here first. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. There were countless figures rushing over in a frenzy. These people's eyes were all red, and in the distance there was an even more surging aura. He had to leave quickly. These people were going crazy. Sure enough, these people roared crazily and rushed over. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the Taiji diagram exploded. His hands opened and closed, and terrifying death laws and sun laws kept surging. All the saints who were close to him exploded. How powerful was his strength? In an instant, more than a dozen saints' bodies were shattered, and saint blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding people were frightened by this scene. Lin Xian took this opportunity to quickly leave. At the same time, the 8 trigrams shook violently, forming a mysterious force that pushed everyone out. Not good. The 8 trigrams is about to close. Damn it! I haven't snatched my fortune yet. Those people inside were crazy. There were so many treasures in the 8 trigrams that they were jealous of. But at this moment, they had no chance to get it. Damn it, it was Lin Wudy. It must be Lin Wudy who fell. These people roared crazily, and more people chased after Lin Xian. In the end, everyone was pushed out. The 8 trigrams in the sky slowly disappeared from the Yin Yang Hall, and those people roared at the sky. Kill! Yes, kill him. He had obtained the most powerful origin energy. Quick! He still had the 8 trigrams in his hand. Perhaps it was also a treasure trove. These people's eyes were red with killing, and they rushed out like the wind. At this moment, those powerhouses were all facing Lin Xian. Lin Xian suffered a huge attack. Although these people were not as strong as the man from the Golden Peacock race, that was only in terms of individual strength. With so many powerhouses, even Golden Rock and the others could not resist at all. Even his scalp was a little numb. He had to fight his way out. He roared and pulled out the Spear of Great Destruction, and also took out the unparalleled sword. In his body, the great dragon's sword soul roared. Lin Xian looked in a direction and charged out. Leave him alone. Those people roared crazily and tried to stop him. Quickly form a formation and attack him from afar. He has a divine body, so don't get too close. These people also knew that Lin Xian was strong, so no one dared to fight him in close combat. They only used various laws to resist. A terrifying aura filled the sky. In an instant, the sky was sealed in ice. In the next moment, countless flames intertwined, and there were even monstrous thunderbolts descending. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared one after another. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Lin Xian couldn't help but block. However, he was still injured. There was no other way. There were too many people attacking him. They were densely packed and could not be counted at a glance. Lin Xian had a divine body and many kinds of creation, divine abilities. Otherwise, if it were any other powerhouse, he would have been killed long ago. Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes were red. He knew that he could not hold back. The Taiji diagram floated around him. He summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow surrounded his body. He turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Stop him! In the distance, more than a dozen people formed a formation to intercept him. However, it was split in half in an instant. All kinds of whistling sounds filled the air. Lin Xian was too strong. No one could stop him. You want to leave? No way. In the sky, a golden saber slashed down. With a clang, it collided with the Taiji diagram, making a deafening sound. The Taiji diagram floated, and the yin and yang qi rotated to block the saber. The long saber was repelled, but an even more terrifying saber light rushed down. Obviously, this was a powerhouse. It's you! Lin Xian shouted angrily. He realized that the golden rock had returned. Not only that, the golden rock also brought several great monsters with him. Demonic aura spread out from his body. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 3939. That's right, kid. Aren't you very powerful? How dare you try to kill me? Die today. A terrifying saber light burst out as the three monsters attacked. Their aura was too violent, as if an ancient beast had been resurrected. Lin Xian was injured in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were red, and a blue sea was rising. The terrifying sound waves affected the few great demons. Protect your soul! They screamed. Lin Xian roared, and the yin-yang image flew out, directly cutting a monster in half. That person was miserable. His soul did not even have time to escape before it was killed by the death aura of the yin-yang image. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out, piercing through heaven and earth. That was the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it directly shattered another person. That person's soul fled in a hurry, but it was pierced by countless dragon-shaped sword chi. In the blink of an eye, two monsters were dead. How could he be so powerful? The golden rock was stunned. That shouldn't be. The other party has become stronger again. He did not know that Lin Xian did not use all his trump cards when he fought against the three of them. Otherwise, the three of them would have died long ago. At this moment, being attacked by countless sages, Lin Xian finally could not hold it in anymore. He was going to start a massacre. Buzz! The unparalleled sword slashed out with a monstrous aura. The golden rock could not hold the saber in his hand anymore. His hand and half of his body were completely shattered. His face was full of horror. Damn it, this power is too strong. I'm no match for him at all. He originally wanted to escape, but he realized that it was not only them, but also countless people around him wanted to kill Lin Xian. This made him laugh. Kid, you're definitely going to die this time. He first used his speed to pull away and recover, then waited for an opportunity to attack. Some people rushed up from the surroundings, but they were no match for Lin Xian at all. In an instant, more than 20 sages died, and their blood dyed the sky red. Lin Xian even used Taiji to mobilize the surrounding power of yin and yang. The Taiji diagram continued to expand, as if it had turned into a part of the sky, and a terrifying yin and yang aura hung down. That was the yin-yang sword chi, which had transformed into a yin-yang dragon that roared nonstop. Those who hurried over were all killed. Lin Xian relied on such powerful mystiques and methods to continuously advance. The surrounding people didn't dare to approach. They surrounded Lin Xian from afar. Not many people would let Lin Xian go. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Sure enough, they had been waiting for this opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the yin-yang image trembled violently, almost shattering. Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood. A crack had appeared on his body. Damn it! Who was it? Did an expert come? From the looks of it, it was even more powerful than the golden rock. He roared and his god body bloomed radiantly. His wounds healed quickly. At the same time, the Taiji diagram in the sky spun rapidly, emitting a terrifying aura. And at this moment, someone had actually pierced through the Taiji diagram and was about to descend forcefully. Had the yin and yang qi been broken? Chang Tian, you won't be able to stop me even if you want to. Who was it? The surrounding people were terrified, and the golden rock's pupils constricted. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a huge sense of danger, as if he had been targeted by some terrifying expert. In the next moment, he frowned. The others were dazzling. Look, it's the Sword Saints. They're from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. 7 figures appeared in front of him. Each of them had monstrous sword chi on them. They were like 7 sword gods standing in front of him, blocking his way. I knew it. The people of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion weren't so easy to kill. Lin Xian seriously injured Huifeng and even took her away. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion would definitely not let him off. They were called the legend of the 10,000 Swords Pavilions, sword saints coming out together and destroying a world. Lin Xian was being hunted down by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even if he had 8 lives, it wouldn't be enough. You're Lin Wuti? The 7 sword saints in front of him stood in the void, emitting a supreme aura. One of them asked coldly, "Kneel down and accept your death. Hand over the body of our junior sister, Huifeng." Their voices were filled with endless coldness. They didn't say a word. In the sky, the phantom of a giant sword appeared, splitting heaven and earth. Could it be them? The golden rock's eyelids also twitched because the aura of these 7 people was too powerful. In particular, they could connect with each other. It made his hair stand on end. Another expert walked over and asked, "Are you the 7 swords of Tian Shan?" "Yes, it's us 7 brothers." In front of him, the 7 figures spoke coldly. "Lin Wuti, you've committed grave sins. Today we'll suppress you. Kneel down obediently and accept your punishment." The voices of the 7 figures were abnormally cold. The surrounding people went crazy. The 7 swords of Tian Shan were the 7 terrifying sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, because they cultivated the same sword technique called the Tian Shan sword technique. The Tian Shan sword technique was not only powerful, it could also form a sword formation. Therefore, these 7 sword saints would usually train together and even kill enemies together. Over time, they formed a name called the 7 Swords of Tian Shan. Once the 7 swords were unleashed, it was unparalleled. Even the chief disciple couldn't withstand it. Even the Fire Phoenix and the Golden Rock couldn't withstand it. Once the 7 swords were unleashed, it was really terrifying. This time, Lin Wuti was really done for. He had no choice. He was too arrogant and had offended so many powerhouses. He would definitely die today. You're the one who brought them here, right? Lin Xian stared at a figure. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion trembled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, when he thought of the 7 swords of Tian Shan here, he was full of confidence. That's right, Lin Wuti. How dare you go against the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? You'll definitely die. I spared your life last time, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. In that case, go to hell. 2 light blades suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's eyes and slashed in front of him. Boom! The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed and vomited blood as he flew backward. The surrounding void shattered. The 7 swords of Tian Shan were furious. They were here, and the other party dared to attack their fellow disciples. It was simply unforgivable. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky, forming a sword screen that deflected the golden light blade. "Senior brother, save me!" The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion screamed in fear. "Junior brother, don't be afraid. With us here, who would dare to kill you?" The 7 swords of Tian Shan were incomparably powerful. The young man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, he hugged his head and screamed in pain. He let out a miserable scream. It turned out that it was an eye technique just now, although the light blades were sent flying. However, the young man was still attacked and his soul was injured. Now, it seemed like it was about to split open. "Senior brother, save me!" He screamed in fear. One of them said, "A mere eye technique attack could be destroyed by the Sword Dao laws." Indeed, their sword cheese attack power was extremely strong. This was the foundation of their confidence. One of them waved his hand, and terrifying Sword Dao laws condensed into a small flying sword that flew into the young man's body. It suppressed the other party's soul. Chapter 3940. Sure enough, the young man's expression eased a lot. "Thank you, senior brother. It's okay. A mere soul attack can't hurt us at all. It can only hurt those with weak wills." The 7 swords of Sky Mountain had sword sun runes flickering between their eyebrows, protecting their souls. So what if the other party's eye technique was powerful? It couldn't hurt their souls at all. The surrounding people were in an uproar. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion was too strong. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain were even more terrifying. This time, Lin Wudi was really going to die. However, they were all stunned. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Many black runes suddenly appeared on the face of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's young man. He turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. He was dead. The surrounding people were stunned. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain were also stunned. What was going on? They had already used the law of swords to protect their junior brother's soul. The other party couldn't have succeeded. However, their junior brother was dead. Moreover, he died in front of them. In addition to their previous words, it created a completely opposite effect. They were incomparably powerful before. It was impossible to kill in front of them. But in the blink of an eye, the other party killed one of their junior brothers. It was a slap in the face. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain's faces were completely gloomy. The surrounding people were also extremely frightened. Lin Wudi's moves were too strange. Even in the face of the heavy defense of the 7 swords of Sky Mountain, he could still kill from a distance. The law of death. He knew the law of death. He could deprive people of their lives. His strength was so strong that the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's martial artist couldn't block it at all. Quickly defend. Don't let him deprive you of your life. The surrounding people were also constantly casting out their defenses to resist the terrifying law of death. When the 7 swords of Sky Mountain heard this, their faces were also gloomy. It seemed that their junior brother had indeed been deprived of his life. It seemed that the other party had such a strange law. In their carelessness, they had miscalculated. The 7 of them were surrounded by sword light. Whether it was the other party's eye technique or the law of death, they were confident that they could block it. Lin Wudi, you dare to kill someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion in front of us. Today, you will definitely die. Yes, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. No one can provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain walked forward, like 7 mountains, causing the sky and earth. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. When the 7 swords of Tian Shan attacked, Lin Wudi could not escape. They just had to wait for the result of the battle. The Golden Rock also retreated to the side. Beside him was a great demon. The other 2 had died, but at this moment there was no grief on his face. Instead, there was a hint of malevolence. Let's see how you'll die this time. Lin Xian also felt a great threat. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were much stronger than when the Golden Rock and the other 2 worked together. Thinking about it, he should be a peerless enemy. However, he had seen all kinds of experts along the way. A mere 7-sword saints were not enough to make him cower. A cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked. He tore through the void and appeared in front of the golden rock. He slashed down with his sword. He had said that he would not let any of the golden rock and the other two go. Originally, he wanted to wait until the matter here was over before he went to kill the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come knocking on his door. What? He actually killed the golden rock. The surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect that when facing the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords, such a terrifying enemy, he still had the mood to kill other people. The golden rock was also shocked. He originally wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the other party would attack him. Damn it. In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. One had to know that the 3 of them couldn't defeat the other party, let alone now that he was alone. He quickly retreated and didn't fight back at all, because he knew that the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords would take care of the other party. As expected, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry. Was the other party still going to attack in front of them? He was simply looking down on them. "Kid, you're courting death." One of them roared angrily. The sword chi on his body erupted and slashed at Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian blocked it with the Tai Chi diagram, but he killed the golden rock directly. He swore not to give up. The golden rock was about to bleed from anger. Damn it, the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords are here, but the other party doesn't attack. Instead, he leads me on a killing spree. What's the other party trying to do? The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were also angry and attacked. 3 of them rushed out, and the sword chi on their bodies formed a row and slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian kept dodging, and at the same time he attacked the golden rock again. The golden rock's hair stood on end. He was extremely nervous, and at the same time he tried his best to dodge. But in the end, he was still hit by the Tai Chi diagram. He was split in half. Lin Xian seized the opportunity and threw out the death demonic saber. With a monstrous aura of death, it kept taking away the other party's vitality. "No, damn it, you can't do this to me." The golden rock screamed crazily. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords were here. Could the other party still kill him? The 3 of the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords also had gloomy expressions. After such a long time, they still couldn't hurt the other party. This was simply a great humiliation to them. They were about to fly into a rage and use their ultimate skills. On the other side, the golden rock had already been killed. How could the golden rock be a match for Lin Xian? Not to mention now that Lin Xian was attacking with all his strength. The other party's soul was directly destroyed, and the 2 halves of the corpse fell down. Lin Xian grabbed it with one hand and put it away. I've said before, I've eaten a lot of golden crow meat, but this is the first time I've eaten the golden rock meat. I hope your meat won't disappoint me. The surrounding people were stunned. Oh my God, this demon is really too terrifying. He's still thinking of doing that even now. Lin Xian was like a god fiend. After killing the golden rock, he turned his head to look at the Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords again. He said coldly, "The 7 of you also want to attack me? Have you thought about how you want to die? Finally, it's time to fight." Many people gasped in shock. The Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords' expressions were extremely cold. What an arrogant kid. At this moment, the 7 of them finally attacked together. They wanted to use the most powerful method to kill the other party. The sword chi on their bodies combined and enveloped him like the Big Dipper. Lin Xian's body was hit in an instant, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that the 7 of them were very strong. Each of them was not weaker than the golden rock. When they attacked together and formed a sword formation, the power was really terrifying. Ah! With a roar, Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. He tore open the void with the Taiji diagram and rushed out of the other party's sword formation. Then he opened the sky with both hands, and the laws of yin and yang condensed. 9 suns opened the sky. He slashed out with his sword and blasted on the Big Dipper sword formation, making a sonorous sound. Useless kid, you're no match for us at all. Today is the day you die. The heavenly mountain's 7 swords revealed a sinister smile. Their eyes were ruthless and cold. Chapter 3941. Lin Fan was injured in the first move. This meant that Lin Fan didn't have the strength to fight against them. They would kill him with lightning speed. They would kill him in 3 moves and raise the prestige of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. This time they must let everyone in the world know that no one should provoke the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. The Big Dipper rose again, and the 7-sword chi turned into starlight and slashed down. Lin Xian formed a seal with both hands, and the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning in front of him to block the attack. At the same time, he roared again. 9 suns opened the sky. Useless kid, you can't break it at all. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain sneered. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted. The reason for that was because they discovered that cracks had appeared on the surface of the Big Dipper sword formation. Moreover, the cracks were still getting bigger. How is that possible? How could the power of the opponent increase so much? They were simply crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Just now, he had activated the unparalleled secret technique and made the attack 5 times stronger. Seeing the sword formation break, the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Although the opponent was strong, he could still break the opponent's sword technique. With a roar, he rushed out again. Between his fist and palm, there was a supreme aura. He finally broke the formation and he charged in. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, their expressions became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were all stunned. How is that possible? The Big Dipper sword formation was broken. How strong is Lin Wudi's ultimate combat strength? Does he really have the combat strength of a small saint? To be honest, once the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked, no one below the small saint realm could resist them. But now, Lin Xian could resist them. Not only that, but he could also counterattack. Only a small saint could do that. How could he do that with his cultivation base? However, the truth was right in front of them, and they couldn't help but believe it. You guys aren't that good either. Do you really think that the 7 of you can defeat everything? You're nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain's faces were extremely gloomy. Use all of our ultimate techniques to kill him. The 7 of them were completely enraged. Since the Big Dipper sword formation was broken, they would use another sword technique. Tianshan swordsmanship. At this moment, they finally unleashed their ultimate skills. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. To be honest, they were also extremely shocked. The other party was able to kill the Fire Phoenix and defeat their sword formation. Not to mention that it was done by a single person. It was simply too unbelievable. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a powerful enemy. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the fact that they were still able to defeat the other party and kill him as soon as possible. He would never allow the other party to grow. Boom! Boom! Today's earth-shattering battle had completely erupted. In front of him, yin and yang auras surged. Terrifying sword chi filled the air as if it was about to destroy the world. No one dared to approach. Finally, after more than 100 moves, Lin Xian managed to repel one of his opponent's attacks. However, he was injured in the second attack. He was sent flying, and 7 sword wounds appeared on his body. Every sword mark was extremely terrifying. His body was dyed red with blood. He was injured. The spectators in the distance exclaimed. Lin Wudi was finally injured. It was incredible that Lin Wudi was only injured after fighting for so long. He was no match for the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. Oh, It was not shameful to die in the hands of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. After all, no one below the minor saint level could fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. These people were discussing animatedly. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain smirked coldly. "Kid, did you see that? No matter how strong you are no match for us. Now you can go to hell in peace. You actually managed to injure my body." Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. "It seems that you do have some tricks up your sleeves." He also admitted that the 7 of them were very powerful. They were strong enough to defeat everything. It was within his expectations that they could injure him. "You have aroused my blood. Well, I'll give it my all." Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The law on his body spread out and quickly healed his injuries. "Why? Do you still want to fight back?" "I can only say that you are courting death." The 7 of them snorted and attacked again. Terrifying sword Qi swept across the sky, forming the Heavenly Mountain sword formation. It was really powerful to the extreme. Basically, there were no flaws. On the other side, Lin Xian also roared. He had indeed aroused his battle intent. It had been a long time since he encountered such a passive battle. Today was a good time to test how strong his combat strength was. With a roar, the great dragon sword spirit in his body surged crazily. Endless dragon-shaped sword Qi appeared on his body. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram rotated in front of him. A terrifying divine ability was launched. His strength had become stronger than before. In an instant, the sword Qi in the front row were all sent flying. The sword Qi hit his body, producing a sonorous sound. Some of them were blocked by the dragon-shaped sword Qi, while some were destroyed by the yin-yang diagram. He was like a fiend god, charging into the midst of the 7 of them. With a slap, 2 of them were sent flying. Not good. The 7 swords were also shocked. Their opponent's combat strength had become stronger, and he could even injure them. "Quick, be careful. Pull away." The 7 of them quickly retreated. The sword principles on their bodies kept flashing. 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, ice slash. The 7 of them displayed a terrifying sword technique. Between heaven and earth, ice filled the air. Icebergs appeared one after another, capable of freezing everything. The sword Qi around Lin Xian was instantly frozen. The speed of the yin-yang diagram also slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen in the world of ice and snow. Very good. Next was to use the ice break. Piercing killing intent burst out from the eyes of the 7 of them. The eldest of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain waved the sword in his hand. However, before it landed, the ice in front of them let out a miserable groan. Then countless cracks appeared, and then it broke open with a loud bang. What's going on? The eldest of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain was stunned. He hadn't used it yet. How did the ice break open? Not good. Big brother, be careful. Beside him, the 2nd of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain roared. The eldest of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain's pupils constricted. He saw a black and white fist coming toward him fiercely. Damn it, the other party was coming. He knew that it was the power of yin and yang, so he waved his long sword and formed an ice wall in front of him to block. He blocked the yin and yang fist. The eldest of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment his hair stood on end. It turned out that all the yin and yang aura in front of him had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a ray of light, a ray of piercing cold light. A golden sacred sword was burning fiercely. The terrifying flames burned the 9 heavens. Not good, it was the law of the sun. They were shocked. These people frantically retreated. In the next moment, the ice on their bodies completely melted. The terrifying flames rushed over crazily. Chapter 3942. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Lin Xian activated the law of the sun with all his might. He used a single law. but its power was unparalleled. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body flickered, and the sun sword descended. The ice that filled the sky was torn apart. Tian Shan's eldest brother also retreated quickly, but he could not. This sword was too long, and he could only use the Tian Shan sword technique to block it. The law of the sword that filled the sky rushed over together with the snowflakes. The two collided. Ice and fire, completely opposite forces, clashed between heaven and earth. However, half of the sky suddenly shattered, and the law of the ice that filled the sky also collapsed with a loud bang. Tian Shan's eldest brother retreated, and his body was charred black. Furthermore, there was a sword wound on his body that had nearly split him in two. In the distance, those people were stunned. Wasn't Tian Shan's eldest brother Lin Xian's opponent? The other 6 of Tian Shan's 7 swords also screamed. They really could not believe that their eldest brother would be defeated. Tian Shan's eldest brother trembled all over, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Now he finally knew why his opponent could kill Huifeng. It was because his opponent was very strong, ridiculously strong. In a one-on-one fight, he was actually no match for him. He took a deep breath, and the Tian Shan sword qi on his body quickly recovered. His body that was on fire also recovered. Brothers, don't worry. This injury can't kill me. Tian Shan's eldest brother stood up and said coldly, his opponent is indeed very strong. If I'm not his match in a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid no one is. But so what? Don't forget that we're Tian Shan's 7 swords. We've always acted together, and no one can stop us brothers from joining forces. Yes, that's right. Let's join forces. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat the 7 of us. The other sword saints' eyes also burst with piercing, killing intent. They once again formed a formation. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What brotherhood? That was just despicable and shameless, using numbers to win against the few. Do you really think that the 7 of you can defeat me if you join forces? Today, I'll let you know what a true sword technique is. The sun sword in Lin Xian's hand became even more dazzling. Kill! The two sides clashed again. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 7 swords of Tian Shan. At this moment, every part of his body was under attack. Fortunately, his physique was strong, and he didn't need to deliberately defend himself. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces long ago. This was a very bitter battle. Lin Xian was in a very difficult situation and was injured. However, the other party was also injured. Among them, Tian Shan Lao 5 and Lao 6 were almost cut in half by Lin Xian, while Tian Shan Lao 7 was sent flying with a kick from Lin Xian. All the bones in his body were shattered. As for Tian Shan Mountain's 3rd brother, he was set ablaze by his terrifying sword qi and was almost cooked. These people didn't feel good either. Lin Xian's injuries were also very serious. It was a ghastly sight. Fortunately, his physique was strong and his recovery ability was amazing. Therefore, it looked dangerous, but it wasn't a big deal. Wang. At this moment, Tian Shan Lao 2 and Tian Shan Lao 2 suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's left and right and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stretched out both palms. Countless sword lights danced in the center of his palms. At this moment, the other sword saints cooperated with each other and cast a powerful formation to form a terrifying ice to restrain Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed slowed down again in an instant. This was a fatal crisis. Sure enough, Tian Shan Lao 2 and Tian Shan Lao 2 seized the opportunity. The sword laws in their hands erupted with endless light. They didn't hold back at all in this attack. 2 long swords pierced through Lin Xian's body. Poof! Golden saint blood dripped down. It was a shocking sight. The people in the distance exclaimed. No way Lin Wuti was injured. Moreover, he was seriously injured. It's over. This time, Lin Wuti is really going to be defeated. Is it going to end? Some of the powerhouses in the sacred city were also shocked. The The 7 swords of Tian Shan sneered. It was finally going to end. Golden blood dripped from Lin Xian's body. His eyes were unusually sharp. His hands were like knives as he slashed out. Tian Shan Lao Tu and Tian Shan Lao Tu's heads flew into the air. The people around were all stunned. Oh God, what did they just see? 2 of the 7 swords of Tian Shan Lao Tu were beheaded. Wasn't Lin Wuti going to die for sure? Damn it, it was a trap. Someone screamed. He used himself as bait to lure the 2 powerhouses out. After being seriously injured, the 2 powerhouses' vigilance was at its weakest. At this moment, Lin Wuti made a strong move. Heavens, this Lin Wuti's scheming mind was too deep. Big brother, second brother. The remaining sword saints also screamed crazily. They couldn't believe it. Being pierced through and having their heads chopped off were 2 different things. The latter was definitely a serious injury. Even if they could recover, it would consume a lot of their energy. Damn it. Although their heads were chopped off, Tian Shan Lao Tu and Tian Shan Lao Tu were still terrifying. The headless corpses could still attack. The long swords in their hands exploded with unparalleled killing intent. They wanted to continue attacking. A terrifying sword light exploded from Lin Xian's body. The aura of the great dragon sword soul exploded, pushing out the other party's sword law. Not only that, the 2 headless corpses were sent flying. Their bodies were pierced by many dragon-shaped sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian attacked, releasing a few more sword chi. The 2 headless corpses were split open, blood splattering everywhere. They were torn apart. Stop! When the surrounding sword saints saw the scene, they all went crazy. They couldn't stand it. They quickly attacked, wanting to help. Some went after the headless corpses, while others went after Lin Wuti. The scene was extremely chaotic. Tian Shan Lao Tu and Tian Shan Lao Tu recovered quickly. Their faces turned pale, and the killing intent on their bodies was unparalleled. Damn it, he really deserved to die. Kill them. 7 swords descend Tian Shan. The 7 of them quickly combined and dropped down from the sky. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian used his maximum speed and dodged quickly. At the same time, he released Whitey. Whitey shuttled through the void and soon arrived in front of Tian Shan Lao Tu. With a slap, Tian Shan Lao Tu fainted. Boom! 9 suns, open sky. Tian Shan Lao Tu was split in half again. No. How could this be? The 7 swords of Tian Shan were going crazy. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Their boss was split in half again. What was going on? How could the other party be so strong? The surrounding people were also stunned. The situation that was supposed to be fatal was resolved. Instead, he was able to counterattack. This Lin Wuti was too unbelievable. Chapter 3943. Next, Lin Xian and Whitey worked together. Whitey was very fast and could stun people. Coupled with Lin Xian's super strong sword skills, the 2 of them were equally matched. Both of them attacked each other. Boom! After the eldest brother of Tian Shan sect, the second brother of Tian Shan sect was also knocked out by a slap. The second brother's head flew up again. Poof! Lin Xian pushed the Tai Chi diagram with his right hand, sending the 4th brother and the 6th brother flying. Then he appeared in front of the 5th brother of Tian Shan sect. Whitey knocked him out with a slap, and Lin Xian attacked again. The 5th brother's body was cut in half at the waist. Next, Lin Xian was like a god fiend, killing everyone in his way. The 7 swords of Tian Shan sect were beaten up miserably. The surrounding people were all stunned. They were terrified. The 7 swords of Tian Shan sect were extremely powerful. When the 7 of them worked together, no one below the small saint level could stop them. But now they were beaten up so miserably. Boom! He kicked out like a divine sword, filled with the aura of the great dragon sword soul. The 7th brother of Tian Shan sect was kicked into pieces. Lin Xian's murderous aura was monstrous, and his sword chi was rampant. He was fighting against the 7 sword saints. He was extremely powerful and did not hold back at all. Retreat quickly. The eldest brother of the 7 swords of Tian Shan sect roared crazily. The others also retreated quickly. They retreated far away and began to recover from their injuries. Every one of them was in a miserable state. Even if they recovered, their faces were pale, and their aura had weakened a lot. They were no longer in their best condition. They looked ahead and gritted their teeth. To be honest, they never thought that they would have such a day. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't you want to kill him too? The 7th brother of Tian Shan sect said coldly. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Are the 7 swords of Tian Shan sect ganging up on him this time? However, the 7 swords of Tian Shan sect always fought with numbers. However, this sword technique alone should not be able to do anything to Lin Wudi. They should need the help of others. Everyone gasped. The 7 swords of Tian Shan sect had been forced to such a state. It was probably their first time seeing it. Let's attack together. The surrounding people all sucked in a deep breath. They knew that this time they had to take down Lin Wudi and obtain the fortune in his hands. This was the best chance they had. Very well, let's attack together. In an instant, the experts of the holy city stepped forward. The space between heaven and earth was filled with people. Fine. Since you're courting death, I'll send you to heaven. Lin Xian roared as the 9 suns' divine flame burned fiercely on his body. Rebirth of lust. He used his self-created great divine ability, and the wounds on his body were quickly healed. The power he consumed was also absorbed by him. The surrounding yin and yang qi quickly recovered, and the taiji diagram floated above his head. His strength had recovered to its peak. We can't give him any more chances. Kill him quickly. The surrounding people quickly rushed over. Lei Shancheng and the people from Demon City took the lead, and the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain charged out once again. All of a sudden, an explosion ensued. It was incomparably terrifying. All sorts of great das interweaved between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering. His attacks were bold and powerful. Little White also appeared and disappeared like a ghost. It kept knocking out the people around it. Even so, there were too many people attacking this time. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was still injured. Cracks appeared on his body. Golden saint blood flowed out, dyeing his body red. However, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. He was in a killing frenzy. Every move was so simple. There were no fancy moves. This was the simplicity of the great Tao. Although there were no confusing moves, the power was unparalleled. Boom! It was at this moment that the void tore open as a gigantic palm made of lightning appeared and slapped down on Lin Xian. It sent Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian felt that the bones in his back were about to break. Obviously, this was a late-stage 5th heaven expert, and he should have used a sacred artifact. As expected, the thunderous palm in the sky was extremely terrifying. Its aura was pervasive. Not only that, if one looked closely, one could see that the palm was wearing a pair of gloves. Obviously, the gloves were a sacred artifact. Therefore, the power of this palm was incomparably terrifying. The person who attacked was also shocked. His sudden attack hit the other party with all his strength, but it only sent the other party flying. Not even a crack appeared on the other party's body. Only some bones were broken. It was too inconceivable. This physique terrified him. Die! Another roar was heard. The hidden expert of Thunder God City attacked. The thunderbolt in the sky, together with a pair of gloves, mercilessly descended once again. The power of this attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones. Humph! Lin Xian's body was covered in flames as he punched out. The golden fist turned into the sun and blasted on the thunderous palm. The two collided and sparks flew everywhere. The solar law on the golden fist burned fiercely. It blasted away the terrifying solar law, causing cracks to appear on the palm. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he locked onto that person. He turned into a sword light, broke through the void, and attacked the other party. That person was terrified. He didn't expect the other party to discover him so quickly. Moreover, the other party's strength made his entire arm numb. He could only retreat quickly. At the same time, the surrounding people attacked again. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He stared at the Taiji diagram behind him and forcefully blocked it. He vomited blood, but he still charged forward. With a sword, he split that person apart. His soul was directly destroyed by his spring autumn lock. With a miserable scream, the corpse of the expert of Thunder God City fell down, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Lin Xian was still able to easily kill the enemy amidst so many pursuers. This made them terrified. Next, Lin Xian was even more powerful. Although he was injured, he relied on his powerful divine body to forcefully block all of the attacks. In addition, the surroundings were filled with yin and yang qi. He could use the Taiji diagram to absorb them without limit. Therefore, his combat strength had always been at its peak and had not decreased. The great dragon sword soul in his body also seemed to have come alive, opening and closing wide. In the end, the endless corpses of the saints fell in pieces. The void was completely shattered, and there was even a rain of blood falling. The death of so many saints was truly an earth-shattering event. In the end, those people were scared to death. Kill him. He was a demon. These people fled frantically, and they didn't dare to make a move anymore. Previously, they gave Lin Xian the title of Great Demon King only because Lin Xian was too strong. But they believed that if they attacked together, any kind of prodigy wouldn't be a match. But now, Lin Xian's combat strength really frightened them. This was simply a god mercilessly harvesting their lives. No matter how injured the other party was, the other party would be able to survive and not die. However, they couldn't block the other party's attack at all. Chapter 3944. Whether it was the sword Qi, the laws of yin and yang, or all of them at the same time, they would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Many people from the sacred city were scared out of their wits and fled in terror. For a moment, there was a vacuum around Lin Xian, and no one dared to go up again. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were not having a good time either. Although they were powerful, and the 7 swords were unparalleled, although they were powerful, they had met their match. Their opponent's sword was stronger than theirs, and it even carried an indomitable aura. They had been hit a few times, but they could not heal completely. The sword Qi that flowed from their wounds shocked them. What kind of trump card did their opponent have to be able to use such a sword? For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Although the people around had surrounded Lin Xian, no one dared to attack rashly. Lin Xian's face was also cold. Although he had killed many experts and made everyone tremble in fear, he was not in a good condition either. After all, there were so many experts fighting here, and he had already been seriously injured. However, he had a divine body and his physique was strong. In addition, the yin and yang around him could provide him with energy. That was why he could hold on until now. However, if he continued to fight, he could not guarantee that his foundation would not be damaged and he might die. After all, the experts from the other halls were also rushing over. If a few more people like the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain came, he would really be in danger. Therefore, he had to kill until these people were terrified and no one dared to attack again. He stared at the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. These 7 people were the most powerful among these people, and they were also the most representative. If he could kill the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, then the others would probably not dare to attack again. Thinking of this, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. Boom! He turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed forward. When the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain saw this, their eyelids twitched, and their faces became extremely ugly. To be honest, if someone dared to provoke them, they would sneer and ignore it. But now they were scared out of their wits. They did not even want to fight with the other party. The other party was really too strong. They were all injured now, and some of them were even almost cut in half. However, it was simply impossible for them to escape in front of so many people. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet. The eldest of the heavenly mountain said coldly, he could not be invincible. After being attacked by so many people until now, he was already seriously injured. He should be relying on secret techniques and pills to hold on. If he held on for a while longer, he would definitely die. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain attacked again. All sword chi, the surrounding people who were watching nervously. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. If the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, then they really would not dare to attack again. However, they were of Heavenly Mountain. Although Lin Xian was injured in the battle, 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan had died. The 2 sword saints were completely killed. Their souls were shattered by Lin Xian's dragon sword spirit. He would never be able to revive again. Heavenly of heavenly, 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 sort of heavenly swords. Of theirs were of be, of. They soft theirs of heavenly, of have off, have heavenly time. Damn it, they of them. 4th and 5th of the heavenly mountain roared crazily, but the eyes of the eldest of the heavenly mountain were red. Let's go. He knew that they were no match for Lin Wuti now. If they continued to fight, they might be wiped out. 2nd of the heavenly mountain also said, okay, listen to Big Brother and retreat. Let's hurry to the palace of all life and hone our sword laws again. When we break through, it will be the time of Lin Wuti's death. The 5 of them turned into streams of light and instantly tore through the void and left. When they left, they wanted to take the bodies of 6th and 7th with them. However, they were stopped by Lin Xian. One of 5th of the heavenly mountain's arms was cut off. Lin Wuti, just you wait. The 10,000 swords pavilion will not let you off. The voices of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain could be heard. Their figures disappeared into the void. The surrounding people were completely terrified, defeated. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were really defeated. 2 of their swords were killed. This was really an earth-shattering event. The surrounding people fled. Frantically, Lin Xian roared angrily, you want to escape? Go to hell. He activated Tai Chi to the extreme. At the same time, he poured all the power of the heavenly dragon sword soul into Tai Chi. The surrounding yin-yang aura was completely mobilized, turning into yin-yang swords one after another. They swept across the world. The entire yin-yang hall was covered by Lin Xian's Tai Chi diagram. The yin-yang saint sword was extremely powerful. How could those sages block it? Those who were hit by the sword chi were directly shattered. Some were lucky, and their souls were able to escape. Some were even pierced through by the sword chi. They were directly killed. Between heaven and earth, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was extremely miserable. Lin Xian looked at this scene coldly from the sky like a god fiend. If he wanted to kill, no one here would dare to provoke him. Finally, the yin-yang swords disappeared. 70% of the people that attacked were killed. As for the remaining 30%, they were seriously injured and had to quickly flee. They would never dare to enter the yin-yang hall again in their lives. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the yin-yang hall. His body was surrounded by endless yin-yang qi. It began to repair. He had been seriously injured in this battle, so he had to recover quickly. There were still many people outside the yin-yang hall. Those who wanted to enter the yin-yang hall had to cultivate a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Not everyone could condense a heavenly Tao golden lotus. Although many people entered, there were even more who couldn't. These people were discussing curiously outside. They felt the terrifying aura from the yin-yang hall. They didn't know what had happened. Soon, they saw a group of people rushing out in a sorry state. Every one of them was injured, and some of them even came out with broken bodies. Some said that they had turned into a bloody mist. Some even escaped with their souls. What had happened? These people were terrified. The people from the surrounding halls rushed over. They wanted to rush into. However, those people said to leave quickly. The people inside were all dead. Lin Wuti had started a massacre. 2 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had been killed. Did they still want to die? As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people were completely stunned. What? Lin Wuti killed 2 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain? Nearly 70% of the sages inside had died. What did Lin Wuti do? Impossible. Even a small saint might not be able to do that. Someone shook his head. A person was killed until only his soul was left. He hugged a saint artifact and said coldly, "We experienced it ourselves. How could it be fake?" Lin Wuti controlled the power of the Yin-Yang origin. He was like a god in the Yin-Yang hall. Not to mention small saints. Even small saints would be killed by him. After saying that, he left without looking back. The others were stunned. Lin Wuti controlled the power of the Yin-Yang origin. Just how terrifying was that? Damn it. He actually obtained such a great opportunity. Some of the experts in the sacred city were instantly envious. Chapter 39:45. We don't dare to go in, but we can wait here, right? Yes, he can't stay in there forever. He'll definitely come out. As long as he's out of the Yin-Yang palace. He won't be that powerful anymore. They started to wait outside the Yin-Yang palace. The 4 palaces also received the news. Those who were cultivating inside were also in an uproar. In the heavenly palace, a figure opened his eyes in the endless sea of lightning. Lin Wuti, you've obtained the power of Yin and Yang. He couldn't wait any longer and came out of the sea of lightning. This person was Lei Zhen. He wanted to continue cultivating, but he wasn't in the mood now. Lin Wuti had become stronger and obtained the power of Yin and Yang. He couldn't eat or sleep well. He had to find Lin Wuti and kill him. He heard that Lin Wuti was severely injured. He rushed out of the heavenly palace and came outside. His powerful aura made people tremble. God, that's Lei Zhen. He's so powerful. The lightning on his body has become even more terrifying. I heard that Lei Zhen also obtained a great opportunity in the heavenly palace. It seems that it's true. God, his aura has reached the later stages of the 5th heaven. The people around him screamed in fear. Previously, Lei Zhen was already so violent when he was at the middle stages of the 5th heaven. It wasn't a problem for him to fight a sage at the later stages. Now that he's a sage at the later stages of the 5th heaven, how powerful is he? Compared to the past, there had probably been an earth-shattering change. Where's Lin Wuti? Lei Zhen asked coldly. The people from the Thunder God City were there too. They rushed out of the crowd. He's still in the Yin-Yang Palace. Senior brother, why don't we go in? Someone suggested. Someone shook his head. No, the kid has obtained the power of Yin and Yang. He's like a god in the Yin-Yang Palace. Senior brother, why don't we wait here? He'll definitely die if he comes out. All right, we'll wait outside. Lei Zhen didn't dare to go in rashly. After all, some of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain had died. He would be suppressed if he went in. In the Earth Palace, the North Demon was overjoyed when he heard the news. The 9 Chilant's face turned gloomy when he heard the news. He walked out of the blood pool. The primordial phantom behind him merged with his body, making the light of the laws on his body even more dazzling and terrifying. His cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer. Lei Zhen has already gone to the Yin-Yang Hall. Should we go too? If Lei Zhen obtains the Yin-Yang source energy, it will be disadvantageous to us. A few great demons in front of him spoke in deep voices. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Invincible Lin? He had good fortune. But so what? He had good fortune, so did I. There was a strong sense of confidence in his eyes. We're not in a hurry. Lin Wuti has killed so many saints that he's probably seriously injured himself. We'll be in the Yin-Yang Hall for a long time. If we go now, We'll just be wasting time. Then we'll go and keep an eye on them. We'll take action when there's news." The great demons said. The eyes of the 9 Qilins glinted coldly. "He must be severely injured, so we have to act immediately. Where are the void beasts?" One of the void beasts in the human palace said, "Hurry up and find him. Tell him to open the space and send us directly to that kid. I'll kill him while he's down." They acted quickly. In the human palace, the Crimson Dragon, Morong Chingching, and the others were also shocked when they heard the news. That kid might be in danger, so they had to hurry over. They stopped cultivating. They all prepared to rush over. Some people in the sacred city gritted their teeth. So many saints and experts had died. Their hearts were bleeding, especially those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. When they learned that Huafeng and 2 sword saints of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain had been killed, they were completely enraged. Damn it, Invincible Lin. Does he want to die? No one has ever dared to provoke them. Should we report this to Senior Brother Wan? Someone asked. One of the figures stepped forward and said, coldly, there was no need. Senior Brother Wan's enemies were only those on the pilgrim roll. She didn't need to worry about Invincible Lin. Yes, that's right. We can deal with him. Another figure stood up. The sword chi on his body was unparalleled. It seems that some people have forgotten the prestige of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Gather all the people we can. It seems that it's time for us to act again and kill everything. These people were filled with killing intent. Soon they began to move. They gathered the other sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They wanted to use the strongest method to kill Invincible Lin. Outside the celestial fate planet, the elders of the sacred city were waiting there. They didn't know what was going on inside. Yes, it had been a few years. Everyone should have gained some fortune by now. Don't worry. Every time someone came out, their strength would increase greatly. Some would even soar to the sky. The elders chatted and discussed with each other. All they had to do was wait silently. But on this day, the situation changed. Some of the elders screamed. How was that possible? It turned out that they weren't just waiting this time. They had also brought some souls with them. These souls retained a wisp of their souls when they entered the celestial fate planet. As long as their soul tablets were intact, it meant that they were still alive. But on this day, the soul tablets in their hands shattered on a large scale. Damn it, what was going on? This meant that a large number of people had died inside. And at the same time, could it be that some unexpected change had occurred inside? Or did someone rise to power? Impossible. Even if someone rose to power, they couldn't have killed so many people. I think there must have been an unexpected change. Perhaps some terrifying creatures in the ancient ruins have been resurrected. The elders' expressions were ugly. They didn't know how many people would die inside this time. They didn't know that this wasn't the work of a beast, but a person. However, they would have to wait until the celestial fate star opened to find out. By then, no one would know how many of the sacred city's experts would be able to come out alive. The atmosphere in the Golden Palace was extremely tense. However, the inside of the Yinyang Palace was extremely strange, because the inside of the Yinyang Palace was empty and there was no one around. But there was a person who was busy there. He was actually eating the golden rock. 2 huge roasted wings were there, and the figure began to eat. It was Lin Xian. He had killed so many experts before. He was also heavily injured, so he quickly recovered here. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and his divine body, so his injuries healed quickly. But there were still some injuries that needed to be healed. Lin Xian thought of the golden rock. The golden rock was a top expert. Its flesh and blood could heal his injuries faster. It was even more useful than treasures. Chapter 3946. Without another word, Lin Xian began to roast the golden rock. The energy inside was converted by his longevity art and began to repair his body. In the end, the 2 huge roasted wings were finished, and Lin Xian burped. The multicolored light on his body flew out again. He activated the Taiji art and absorbed the yin and yang qi again. He sat down cross-legged and began to repair himself. Not long after, he actually finished the huge roasted golden rock. It was really unbelievable. One had to know that he was not inferior to the golden crow prince. Back then, when they ate the golden crow prince's roasted meat, many of them ate together, but they only ate half of it. But now, Lin Xian had single-handedly taken care of one. Of course, there were two possibilities. Firstly, Lin Xian's strength had increased, and he could carry more energy. Secondly, his injuries required too much energy to heal. That was why he ate one alone. After eating, 70% of his injuries had healed, and some of them were fine. Lin Xian did not go out. He wanted to adjust his body to its peak state before going out. Moreover, he knew that there must be a storm outside. Who knew how many people were fighting to kill him? He might as well wait here. Perhaps he could counterattack. In the following days, Lin Xian began to recover and cultivate again. However, on this day, the void behind him suddenly shattered, and a few palms reached out and hit him. Some of the palms were shining with terrifying light, and some were holding sacred artifacts. Lin Xian was sent flying by the attack. His body was shattered once again, and golden blood flowed out of his wounds. What was going on? Lin Xian was in great pain. He was extremely shocked. Did someone sneak in to kill him? Who was it? Why didn't he know at all? His soul instantly probed out, but he was stunned because he realized that there was nothing there. It was chaos. How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. But all of a sudden, the void behind him was torn open again, and a few more palms carrying sage artifacts struck out. This time, Lin Xian had a defense, so he activated Taiji to resist. At the same time, he retreated. Boom! The Tai Chi diagram was sent flying, and Lin Xian's qi and blood roiled again. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened. Space divine ability. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone around. Rather, they were using a supreme spatial law to deal with him. He had encountered such a situation once before. Demon City. Lin Xian instantly recalled that a space magic beast had attacked him in the Demon City before. Back then, Black Mountain had said that it should be the Void Beast. Now, it seemed like it was the same Void Beast. However, its power was much stronger than before. After sending the Taiji diagram flying, the spatial rift disappeared again. The surroundings were quiet. No one knew where the next attack would come from. Lin Xian was standing there. There was a huge crack on his back. His bones were shattered and his flesh was badly mangled. At this moment, he was using the second stage of yin-yang to repair it. It was too mysterious. Fortunately, the other party was still a little late. If it was right after he finished a great battle, he might really be in danger. Now he had eaten a golden rock. His injuries had already recovered by 80%. So even if he wasn't at his peak, he still had the strength to fight. However, the other party's spatial magic was too strange. Lin Xian placed the Tai Chi diagram, floating. It struck down the yin and yang qi. It enveloped his body. At the same time, the Fecta Divine art released a light that swept in all directions. However, at this moment, under his feet, a spatial rift appeared. Terrifying rays of light and laws surged out from the crack and rushed towards him. In an instant, Lin Xian moved horizontally. However, he was still enveloped by the energy. He blocked it. Lin Xian's body bloomed. At the same time, the Tai Chi diagram rotated. The Taiji diagram directed all of this power to another space. Lin Xian dodged. However, his expression became even colder. Damn it. In the next moment, he began to use the void escape and disappeared. However, his void escape was only an ordinary spatial magic. It was useful against other saints, but in front of an expert who was proficient in spatial laws, his void escape was still not enough. As expected, the other party found him again. He was beaten out of the void. Damn it, these people were too sinister. There were clearly several experts, but they actually used such a despicable method. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He had to break the other party's spatial magic. Otherwise, he was really too passive. Thinking of this, his nerves tensed up. Suddenly, he activated the Tai Chi diagram and released a terrifying yin and yang sword chi. The entire space was completely enveloped by him, sweeping through everything. The endless void shattered and turned into a black hole, but no one came out. It seemed that the other party's spatial magic was very strong. Originally, he wanted to shatter a space and let the other party out, but it seemed that the other party had dodged it. This method didn't work. It seemed that he had to think of another way. Lin Xian stood in the void, protected by the Tai Chi diagram. He wanted to fight, to defend, and counterattack. He had already thought of a way. Just like that, after a period of time, a crack suddenly appeared on the top of his head. The terrifying energy poured down again, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge this time. Instead, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda in an instant. There was a clang. He used the Great Sage Pagoda to defend. Although those people's attacks were strong, the Great Sage Pagoda was an unparalleled Great Sage artifact. The power hit the Great Sage Pagoda, producing an earth-shaking sound. This power was blocked. Not only that, Lin Xian even used stellar transposition to repel this power. Lin Xian also seized this opportunity to send a few dragon-shaped sword chi into it. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Although the spatial crack was strange, it was still a little slow this time, especially the appearance of the Great Sage Pagoda, which caught them off guard. That power caused their blood to churn. The spatial crack was a step too late. A few sword chi rushed in, and immediately there were screams and blood dripping from the sky. However, in the next instant, the spatial crack disappeared, and the world fell silent again. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they were injured, it would be easy to deal with. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and began to look around. However, he didn't find any traces of blood. It seemed that the other party's spatial divine ability was indeed very exquisite. Moreover, the person who attacked must be an expert. He must have wiped away the blood in an instant. It made it impossible for him to search. But so what? Lin Xian wasn't looking for those people's injuries, but the dragon soul's aura. He had used the dragon's sword soul to attack, so the other party might not be able to destroy it in a short time. Sure enough, he could sense the aura of the great dragon, sword soul, far behind him. Moreover, it was so far away that he was stunned. Chapter 3947. Aren't they being too cautious? No wonder he couldn't hurt them when he shattered the entire space. The distance was too far. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't know who was scheming against him, but he had to fight back now. Although the distance was far, it wasn't a problem for him. Moreover, he used the Tai Chi diagram to change instantly. The yin-yang aura in the distance and the terrifying yin-yang sword pierced through the space. Lin Xian rushed over as well. Nine-headed Kailin, the void beast, and the others hid in the void. Their eyes were cold. They were the ones who attacked previously. Nine-headed Kailin summoned the void beast back and led the three demons on their way. The void beast's space mystique and bloodline were terrifying. Especially this time, he had activated his bloodline and obtained a transformation. His space mystique was even more terrifying than before. Hence, he tore open the void with nine-headed Kailin and the others. They were transported from the Earth Palace to the Yin-Yang Palace. And then it happened. What happened next? The few of them used their space mystique to injure Lin Wuti. They hid in the void and sneered. Lin Wuti couldn't fight back at all. If they weren't in the Yin-Yang Palace, he would have been dead. Young master, this kid has obtained a transformation of Yin-Yang. He can control the yin-yang aura around him. Moreover, the yin-yang image gave us a sense of terror. The three demons said. Nine-headed Kailin's face was cold. Indeed, the yin-yang diagram made him fearful. Hence, he said to attack. They kept attacking, but they didn't expect to make a mistake this time. Lin Wuti took out a pagoda to block their attacks. The shockwave made their blood boil. Moreover, Lin Wuti took the opportunity to attack with a few streaks of sword chi, injuring one of the demons. Be careful, Nine-Headed Kylin said coldly. This kid has a powerful eye technique. He wants to use blood to track us down. Don't worry, Your Highness. He won't be able to track us down. That demon quickly recovered from his injuries and wiped out all the blood. However, they had underestimated the aura of the dragon's sword spirit. Lin Wuti thought that he had recovered, but there was still a trace of the dragon's sword spirit's 7 breaths. Hence, Lin Xian found them. Boom! They felt the boundless sword chi slamming into the space around them, causing the space to shatter. Their blood boiled. What's going on? Have I been discovered? That was impossible. He must have done it randomly. The few of them were horrified. The void beast, on the other hand, activated its space mystique and left the area. However, in the next moment, a Taiji diagram ruthlessly smashed into their bodies. With a bang, several people fell out of the void with a blank look on their faces. What was going on? He was hit again. That was impossible. The void beast was also in pain. His body tumbled in the air and then disappeared. Nine-Headed Qilin and the others who had been knocked out disappeared once again. Lin Xian withdrew the Taiji diagram, his face turning cold. Nine-Headed Qilin and the people from Thousand Demon City. It was them. Lin Xian knew that once the news spread, these people would definitely make a move. But what he didn't expect was that the other party would directly use a spatial god art to teleport to his side. It seemed that this void beast was really a huge threat. He had to get rid of it as soon as possible. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he searched again. In the next moment, he attacked forcefully. In the space, Nine-Headed Qilin and the others were extremely gloomy. Damn it! The other party had discovered their tracks. That was unbelievable. That kid must be dreaming. One of the void beasts gritted his teeth. The other two nodded. That's right. How could he find them? They wouldn't be injured anymore. Just as they finished speaking, they were sent flying, coughing up blood. How was that possible? The 3 void beasts were stunned. They couldn't believe it. They were now on the back of the void beast. With the terrifying power of space, the other party couldn't find them at all. However, the outcome was beyond their expectations. The other party had sent them flying again. Nine-Headed Qilin's face turned cold. What was going on? He looked at the void beast. The void beast was in the sky. He said, I don't know. Maybe he sensed the blood from before? That's impossible. The void beast screamed, I've already wiped out the blood. Their bodies disappeared again, but not long after, they were sent flying again. This time, they were more severely injured. Lin Xian swung the great sage pagoda and attacked the other party. Since the other party had used despicable means, he didn't need to hold back. No, the other party was too strange. That eye technique could see through my divine ability. The void beast's face turned cold. To be honest, his bloodline had improved and his spatial divine ability had become stronger. He could kill people like a ghost. Even a small saint might not be able to find his tracks. But now, the other party had easily caught his tracks. Nine-Headed Qilin's face turned cold. He said to the injured void beast, Leave us first. Your Highness, you won't abandon me, right? The void beast's face turned ugly. No, run away immediately after you leave. You don't have to participate. The void beast heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he wasn't used as bait. He didn't dare to go against Lin Wuti's power. He left the void beast and fled frantically. The injured void beast was going to leave. This way, the other party wouldn't be able to find them. The few of them thought. Sure enough, Lin Xian could feel the dragon soul's aura rushing out from the void beast and into the distance. Have I been seen through? His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Kill. Yin and Yang's sword chi fell from the sky and shrouded the void beast. There was a loud boom. The void beast roared crazily. He wanted to resist, but he was instantly pierced by countless Yin and Yang sword chi. Lin Xian didn't kill the void beast. The Yin and Yang sword chi turned into chains and hung the void beast in midair. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of the void beast. He said coldly, "Nine-headed Qilin, I see you." "Not coming out. If you don't come out, this void beast will be tortured to death by me." Having said that, the laws of Yin and Yang revolved. The void beast screamed crazily, "Damn it!" In the void beast, Nine-headed Qilin and the others' faces turned ugly. The two void beasts' eyes turned red. "Damn it, how dare he attack us? Damn it, does he want to die? How dare he torture our companion? He deserves to die. Go and kill him." The two of them wanted to attack. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They couldn't take it anymore. Nine-headed Qilin said, "Stop. This kid can control the power of Yin and Yang here. He's not someone we can fight against. Now we can only fight against him with our space mystique. We can't go out." Chapter 3948. What? 9 heads, Qilin. You don't have the guts to come out? Lin Xian sneered and continued to use Yin Yang 27 to torture the great demon. A pitiful cry could be heard in the air. 9 heads, Qilin's face was cold. "I'll go out and attract that kid's attention. You guys attack from the shadows." He walked out. He said coldly, "Kid, let go of my people. You actually dare to come out." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, chopping off the great demon's head. Then he looked at 9 heads Qilin. "He will end up like you." Lin Xian rushed forward. At this moment, the void broke open and a terrifying power surged towards him. Lin Xian sneered, "I've been waiting for you." He took out the great sage pagoda and blocked the power. At the same time, he took out the great dragon's sword soul and slashed forward. This sword was really too violent. The space was instantly sliced apart. The great void beast felt danger. It was as if the sword chi could threaten him. What sword technique is this? He was terrified. He used his spatial mystique to the extreme and instantly shuttled through the void. Among the countless laws, space was the king. This was recognized by everyone. Therefore, the great void beast had absolute confidence that he could use his spatial mystique to dodge all attacks. He was invincible, but this time he was wrong. Because even though he used his spatial mystique to dodge countless attacks, he was still unable to dodge. But he couldn't dodge Lin Xian's slash. No matter which space he shuttled to, the void would be shattered and the sword chi would envelop him. With a swoosh, the sword chi slashed his body. Damn it! The heavenly void beast tossed the 2 greater demons on his body away. Then he went crazy. Block it. The power of space distorted, trying to coax the sword chi to sleep. Boom! In the end, his bloodline power exploded and he escaped. But he was still injured. His tail was chopped off. The originally transparent tail was stained with blood and was instantly dyed red. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw this. Good stuff. He let the great dragon sword spirit sweep up the broken tail and instantly rushed back. "Damn it, how dare you!" 9 heads Qilin roared. He didn't expect the great void beast to be injured. This was too unbelievable. He couldn't let Lin Fan get the great void beast's body. If Lin Fan had some method to study the laws of space, it would be bad. So he attacked. The other 2 greater demons struck out swiftly as well. Instantly, all sorts of horrifying auras gushed out. Lin Xian roared. The Taiji diagram spun in all directions. The entire Yin-Yang hull seemed to have been activated by him. Countless Yin and Yang auras descended. The swords of Yin and Yang were indomitable, capable of destroying everything in their path. Damn it, the 2 greater demons were instantly injured. Many sword wounds appeared on their bodies, and they screamed in terror. But he was much stronger. He was. Damn it. Just like the rumors said, the Inyang Hall was the enemy's territory. There was simply no way for them to contend against him. Without the spatial demonic beasts, their lives would be in danger. On the other side, the great void beast was going crazy. He had never been injured because no one could hurt him, but now he had lost a part of his tail. It was a great humiliation. He was a rare beast. He knew the laws of space, but there were limitations. His body and bloodline couldn't recover as easily as other sages. After all, the blood of space was precious. His skin could be made into a spatial weapon. It was very precious. So once he was injured, the injury would stop immediately. However, it would take a long time for his broken tail to grow back. He couldn't stand it. He had to get his tail back. He only held back his blood and completely hid in the void. This time, he was going to use the power of space to kill Lin Fan. The space around Lin Xian twisted strangely. The power of space made his body shake violently. The yin and yang qi became crazy and restless. How dare you come again? Lin Xian snorted. Suddenly, an extremely miserable shriek came from the space. The space demonic beast's body fell down, and it was trembling nonstop. His originally transparent body appeared before everyone's eyes at this moment. Not good. 9-headed Kylan's face changed, and he rushed over. The two great void beasts also looked terrible. What a terrifying black aura. It was the power of death. Lin Fan should have the laws of death. What? When the 9-headed Qilin heard this, its face turned extremely ugly. He couldn't care less. He had to save the great void beast. It was the law of space. It was rare. He couldn't let it die. Let's go. They took the great void beast and left quickly. Lin Xian used the yin-yang sword and chased after them. In the end, they were all injured. Even 9-headed Kylan had a terrifying sword wound on his back. He was almost cut in half. However, he didn't dare to fight back. He could only run for his life. Outside the Inyang Hall, everyone was waiting patiently. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out so that they could stop him. Over the past day, they felt energy fluctuations in front of the Inyang Hall. Someone was coming. These people all stood up, their eyes shining with a shocking light. Some used secret techniques. Some took out sage weapons. They were ready to attack with all their might. They wouldn't give the other party a chance to react. Moreover, they didn't doubt that the person who came out was Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was the only one who was still in the Inyang Hall. When Lin Fan came out, they roared and attacked. The sages attacked crazily. Lei Zhen and the other chief disciples were among them. When they attacked together, they were extremely powerful. The people who came out immediately screamed in pain. Not good. The two great void beasts turned green. They couldn't defend against so many sages. Damn it. I'm not Lin Wudi. 9-headed Kylan understood what was going on. These people probably thought that they were Lin Wudi. As soon as he shouted, his voice was drowned out by the energy in the sky. Those who attacked sneered. He wasn't Lin Wudi. Who was he trying to fool? Who else could be other than Lin Wudi in the Inyang Hall? Everyone ignored him and attacked crazily. The other party was trying to bluff his way out. These people attacked even more violently. The area in front of them was completely drowned out. After a series of attacks, everyone stopped. The other party should be dead. That was for sure. Lei Jin stood out. His eyes were filled with radiance. If he's not dead, I'll kick his head like a ball. The elites of the Demon City also stood up and sneered. They had so many elites attacking, but the other party was still alive. What a joke. Chapter 3949. At this moment, more than 10 figures appeared in the distance. Each of them was a sword sage. Their auras were powerful. The people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion were terrified. When the people of 10,000 Swords Pavilion saw this, They naturally understood that the kid had appeared. Kill. Without saying a word, countless sword chi slashed down. The scene in front of them was shattered again. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Let's see how you die. They sneered. At this moment, everyone was paying attention. In front of them, the sword chi disappeared. The laws slowly dissipated. Fresh blood stained the ground. The pungent smell of blood made people frown. However, when they saw the situation, clearly they were all dumbfounded. Why was there so much sage blood? The residue didn't seem right. They frowned. Lin Xian didn't have any scales on him. And why did they feel that the demon aura was monstrous? Could it be that it wasn't Lin Wudy? Thinking of this possibility, they quickly widened their eyes and looked forward. In the next moment, they screamed. How could this be? The experts of Demon City fainted. They realized that there were a few powerful demons in front of them, and one of them seemed to be their young master. 9 Qilins. It couldn't be. The people they had just attacked were actually their own people. These people fainted. One had to know that they didn't hold back when they attacked. They wanted to kill Lin Wudy. Who would have thought that they would kill their own people? The others were also stunned. What was going on? Didn't they say that only Lin Wudy was left in Yinyang Hall? How did 9 Qilins and the other demons enter? Everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand at all. Lei Zhen's face darkened. He was a little disappointed. After all, it wasn't Lin Wudy. However, it was a good thing that 9 Qilins were killed. After all, both sides were competitors. The sword sages in the sky were cold. That kid was still inside. At this moment, the crowd erupted into an unparalleled scream. The 9-headed Qilin was killed by them, as well as the other great demons. This was a shocking matter. Could the 1,000-demon city let this matter rest? So what? Who asked him not to reveal his identity? That's right. Demon City also took action. What right did they have to blame us? Some people were discussing. Some people sneered. The great demons of the myriad demon city also woke up, and they rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Young master, please don't die. Up ahead, the 2 greater demons who had come out with the 9-headed Qilin were already smashed into smithereens. Their Qilin souls had been destroyed, and they were deader than dead. There was no way they could be revived. Hence, they didn't even look at the 9-headed Qilin. The 9-headed Qilin's body was shattered, and blood flowed out of it. There was no sign of life. The 9-headed Qilin was strong, and he had made a breakthrough recently. He was strong enough to defeat everyone, but there were too many experts in the Yinyang Hall. Moreover, there were more than 10 powerful sword saints among them, including Lei Zhen. There were other chief disciples as well. These people originally wanted to make a move and kill Lin Xian. Therefore, no matter how strong the 9 Qilins were, they couldn't stop him. He was directly killed. Young master. The experts of the demon city went crazy. Their young master had really been killed. Although the 9-headed Qilin had 9 lives and wouldn't really die, it was still a huge price to pay for one of his lives. Why didn't their young master dodge? They couldn't understand. With their young master's strength, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Soon, they saw the 9-headed Qilin carrying a beast in his arms. When they saw the beast covered in black runes, they understood. It was the Void Beast. The 9-headed Qilin was protecting the Void Beast, and that was why he was killed. At the same time, they understood why the 9-headed Qilin would appear in the Yinyang Hall. He must have cooperated with the Void Beast to assassinate Lin Xian. However, it seemed like he had failed. The Void Beast was in a bad situation. His life force was weak, and he could die at any time. They quickly treated him. The experts of the Demon City quickly treated him. At the same time they waited. Not long after, an immemorial phantom appeared on the 9-headed Qilin's body. He originally had 9 heads, but Lin Xian had killed one of them. He already had 8 heads. Now he died again, and the 8th head was smashed. Now only 7 heads were left. The aura of the 9-headed Qilin recovered, and he came back to life. However, the moment he came back to life, he roared at the sky. Damn it! He was mad with anger. He actually died again. He could not accept this. He had 9 lives, but the fight for the great Tao was extremely dangerous. Even if he had 9 lives, he might not be able to reach the end. Not to mention that he had lost another life for no reason. He had died for no reason. He glanced at the void beast, who was being treated by their experts. He turned around and stared at the front. "How dare you attack me? You even dared to cause me to lose my life. Just you wait. I will definitely not forgive you for this matter. The demon city will not let you off." The 9-headed Qilin roared. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The assassination had failed, and the void beast had been severely injured. Now he had lost another life. He was furious. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. It was over. The 9-headed Qilin would definitely go on a killing spree. Would they be able to withstand the revenge of the demon city? These people all wanted to escape. However, at this moment, Lei Zhan stepped forward and sneered. "Who allowed you to come out?" "We killed Lin Wudi." "Who knew it was you?" "That's right." Someone sneered. "How would we know if you didn't tell us?" Moreover, it wasn't just us. The people from the demon city also attacked, and they were even more ruthless than us. Perhaps they were the ones who killed you. What right do you have to take revenge on us? The 9-headed Qilin's face darkened when he heard this. He turned around and stared at the experts from the demon city. The great demons looked pale and broke out in cold sweat. They said awkwardly, "We really didn't know it was you." "Yes, young master. We didn't know you went in to assassinate Lin Wudi." The 9-headed Qilin spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to die. In order to be quick and keep it a secret, he did not call many people. He only called a few great demons from the Earth Hall. He also called the Void Beast over. He could not wait to assassinate it. He was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble. Who would have thought that his original plan would end up burying him? "Let's go." The 9-headed Qilin roared and flew into the sky. He could only suffer in silence. "Let's go." The great demons from the demon city brought the Void Beast and left quickly. Everyone was discussing why the 9-headed Qilin would appear here. Some were also worried that the demon city would take revenge. In the Yinyang Hall, Lin Xian crossed his arms. He was laughing so hard that he could not breathe. He had never seen such a ridiculous thing. The 9-headed Qilin had lost a life. Chapter 3950. Serves them right. Lin Xian sneered. Then he turned around and went back in. He could tell that it was a dangerous place outside. The 9 Qilins were so terrifying, but they were all killed instantly. If he went out, the situation wouldn't be any better. Even though he had the great sage, he was still being chased by countless people. It wouldn't feel good. "I have to think of a way to leave quietly." Lin Xian looked at the tail in his hand and sneered. He heard from Heishan that the Void Beast was a spatial divine beast. Its fur had the power of space. If he could refine it, he could use the power of space to leave quietly. What happened outside the Yinyang Hall spread quickly. As for the Golden Palace, everyone in the 5 halls knew about it. They were in an uproar. The North Demon and the Crimson Dragon heard it too. They sneered. They were courting death. They deserved it. Who told them to sneak attack? Soon they frowned again. These people had gathered outside the Yinyang Hall to capture Lin Xian. The 9 Qilins were tricked this time. But what about the next time? Would Lin Xian be able to withstand so many terrifying attacks if he came out? Especially the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Another 10 Sword Sages came. The 20 Sword Saints together were incomparably powerful. Everyone was terrified. "No, we have to find that kid quickly. Let's go to the Yinyang Hall too." The Crimson Dragon, the North Demon, Morong Qingcheng, and Li Hongxiu all moved. Wang Xiaofeng, Gui Li, and the others who were still outside the Yinyang Hall also came. They gathered and rushed towards the Yinyang Hall. Of course, they didn't go there directly. Otherwise, they would be in trouble if they were captured and used to threaten them. They hid in the dark and were extremely anxious. They didn't know how senior brother Lin was doing. They were worried about Water Sky City. It wasn't easy for these people to gather the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus and enter as well. However, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After all, they were all top geniuses. Although they had entered the Saint City late, they were still able to obtain the treasures inside. Therefore, they chased after Lin Xian. "Stay in the dark and wait for us to go take a look," Li Hongxiu suggested. Indeed, it wasn't appropriate for Peerless City's people to show their faces. However, they weren't Peerless City's people, and each of them had a special status. Those people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The toad also cried out, "Damn, this group of people is too despicable. I will drown them with ointment." They rushed out. The eyes of the people from the Yinyang Hall lit up when they saw them. They knew that these people were their friends from Lin County. Should they make a move? Upon closer inspection, they realized that although these people were Lin Xian's friends, they all had their own identities. Furthermore, they weren't from Peerless City. For example, Li Hongxiu, the daughter of the Saint King, would you dare to attack her? These people hesitated. Lei Zhan sneered. It didn't matter. Since they were here, it meant that that guy was really inside. As long as he came out, he would definitely die. These people waited even more patiently, following which, the toad began to provoke them. Its mouth was truly too smelly, causing the faces of some experts to darken. Later, he began to hunt down the toad. However, the toad was very powerful and was very familiar with this place. Even though it was being chased by dozens of people, it was still able to leave calmly. After a few days, the toad came back energetically. The saints were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon began to set up many arrays. After all, arrays were more useful in a real battle. He decided to set up some teleportation arrays to teleport the kid away. Murong Qingcheng, Li Hongxiu, the North Demon, and the others were also worried. They were all waiting. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to be very relaxed in the Yinyang Hall. He had an almost transparent beast skin in his hand. It kept rolling as he refined it with his godly fire. It was the beast skin of the void beast. Lin Xian chopped off a section of the beast's tail and peeled off the beast skin. He also didn't waste any of the beast's flesh. He preserved it perfectly. These were all good things for him to study the spatial laws. He didn't have time to study them now, but when he had the chance, he would definitely take them out to study. Lin Xian refined the demonic qi on the beast skin. Then he kept polishing it and imprinting his soul mark on it. Before this, he had used the great dragon's sword soul to clean it a few hundred times. He had already removed all the remaining souls on it. Now that the beast skin was no longer connected to the void beast, he could use it without worry. Once he was done, Lin Xian draped the beast skin over his body and disappeared in an instant. How magical! Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear and put it on. Then he sensed it carefully, but he couldn't sense it. The demonic qi on it had completely disappeared. It was indeed a good thing. The void beast was too amazing. It was really a divine beast. Indeed, it was really too good. It was like the darling of the heavens. For example, the 9 Qilins and the void beast's bloodline were all extraordinary. Not to mention the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. He should be able to leave now. Lin Xian put on the beast skin and walked out of the Yinyang Hall. When he reached the door, he hesitated for a moment. Then he walked out. He lingered outside. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurried back. However, he realized that after he came out, the people in front of him didn't react at all. They didn't notice him at all. That's great. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that the power of space had completely hidden him. Lin Xian deliberately took a few steps forward and wandered in front of these people. In the end, no one reacted. Only Lei Zhan revealed a look of doubt. Endless lightning flashed in his eyes as he tried to search. However, he didn't find anything and retracted his gaze. Lin Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even Lei Zhan couldn't find him, let alone the others. He had to take a good look at who was targeting her. What he saw gave him a fright. Almost all the big families in the Holy City except Wushuang City had people here. Damn it, it was really something. However, it made sense. The yin-yang origin was not weaker than the spatial laws. If he could get it, how terrifying would it be? He remembered all of them. If he had the chance, he would kill them one by one. Not only did he see these people, but he also saw his friends. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, Toad, and the others were also here. This made Lin Xian's heart feel warm. He walked over and sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu. Murong Qingqing was stunned. However, after hearing Lin Xian's voice transmission, he quickly calmed down. "Brother Xian, is that you?" Lin Xian said secretly, "It's me. Previously, the 9 Qilins brought the void beast and crossed space to kill me. I killed them instead. I obtained a piece of void beast skin and refined it. Now, I'm using the power of space to sneak out. They can't see me." Chapter 3951. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Space mystique? That would be much safer. Li Hongxiu was also surprised. She transmitted her voice to Lin Fan. "You're really surprising. Every time you did, you would cause a huge commotion." Lin Xian chuckled and transmitted his voice to the North Demons. He told them to bring the Toad and the Crimson Dragon away. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad were very unhappy when they were taken away. "Damn, what's going on? Are we retreating?" "No, I haven't scolded enough." The Toad clamored, but in the end, a slap landed on its head and it was dragged away. Then they met up with Shi Sui Tiancheng and the others and left quietly. They went to a place far away where there was no one. The Toad was unhappy. "Damn, who hit me? Say, what's going on? Why are you retreating?" Shi Sui Tiancheng and the others surrounded them. Before the North Demons could say anything, a figure appeared in front of them. "Of course, it's because I came out. It's you." The Crimson Dragon was shocked. The Toad jumped high. "Damn, what the hell?" Shi Sui Tiancheng, Shi Bufan, and the others screamed. They couldn't imagine that Lin Xian would suddenly appear. "What's going on? How did you come out? Why didn't I notice you at all?" The Dark Divine Dragon was shocked. The others were even more shocked. As Lin Xian spoke, he naturally swaggered out. He waved the transparent beast skin in his hand and covered it up again. Everyone realized that the candidate had disappeared. "Space mystique," Toad shrieked. "You actually mastered such a mystique. Didn't you say that you mastered the yin-yang laws?" The Crimson Dragon was also excited. "Yeah, kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian recounted the events that had transpired. After they heard it, they were shocked. So many things had happened in the yin-yang hall. It was really dangerous. Only Lin Xian could come back alive. If it were Lei Zhen and the others, they might not be able to come out alive. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian was being chased by the Void Beast Space. They were all infuriated. Fortunately, the Heavenly Void Beast had been wounded, and one of the 9 scales had died. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had obtained a piece of Heavenly Void Beast skin. With this thing, it was equivalent to having spatial laws. Many people were envious. Lin Xian said that it wasn't that exaggerated. He could only hide his tracks and couldn't use spatial abilities. Indeed, spatial abilities were extremely terrifying. Apart from being able to hide one's tracks and teleport through space, there were also various other uses. Lin Xian had seen these when he was in the Gu family. That was the King realm. If it was the law of space, it would be even more terrifying. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Li Hongxiu also spoke up. Indeed, if it was a Void Palace beast, it was still possible. A piece of beast skin could only save one's life. Let me tell you, there is a person who knows how to use the law of space, and he is extremely terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Apart from the Heavenly Void Beast, there was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was shocked. There was actually someone who knew how to use the law of space. Then, how terrifying was this person? These people were all very interested to hear the details. Li Hongxiu shrugged. I don't know either. I only know that there is an expert on the pilgrim list whose surname is Gu. His name is Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be someone from the Gu family? Spatial abilities were extremely rare, and only a few people could master them. Apart from the heavenly void beast's bloodline ability, the only other great emperor family who could do it was the Gu family. Moreover, this person was also surnamed Gu. Gu Feng. His eyes flickered. He had never heard of this person in the quintessential world. However, great emperor families were extremely mysterious. They might not only exist in the quintessential world. There might be some in other places as well. In short, he guessed that it was very likely that Gu Feng was from the Gu family. If that was the case, then he would be a difficult opponent. The North Demon also said, I wonder how Gu Santong is doing. Yes, they also thought of Gu Santong. He was also a genius of the Gu family. Lin Xian thought of many things in an instant. Li Hongxiu said, forget it. You don't have to think about these things now. If you want to deal with those people, break through to the small saint realm first. Brother Xian, what do you plan to do next? Morong Qingqing asked. I'm going to the palace of all life. I think it's time to condense the law of sword. Then I'll go with you, Morong Qingqing said. She had already strengthened her bloodline in the palace of all life. She wanted to go to the other palaces to take a look. Lin Xian nodded. The toad said, I'll go too. Li Hongxiu slapped it. Go your sister, don't be a third wheel. Damn it, it hurts. The toad's tears flowed out. Then it said, who said I'm going with this kid? The palace of all life is a good place. Can't I go alone? The North Demon also said, we can all go to the palace of all life. However, we can't go together. This way, even if there's danger, we can help as soon as possible. All right, everyone nodded. Let's do it this way. As for Zishui, Tiancheng, and the others, Lin Xian told them to be careful. Then he and Morong Qingqing snuggled up to each other, put on the void beast skin, and disappeared. Over at the Yinyang Palace, everyone was waiting with gritted teeth. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had already left the Yinyang Palace. Now he was already in the Palace of All Saints. If these people knew, they would probably vomit blood. There were even more laws in the Palace of All Saints. Lin Xian sensed carefully and flew in the direction of the Law of Sword. During this time he met some people. They were all powerful swordsmen, and some were even sword saints. The Law of Sword was very terrifying. However, everyone's Law of Sword was different. Some were fast and violent, while others had a destructive aura. However, without exception, they were all very powerful. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing shuttled through the void quickly. The people around them didn't know that the two of them had arrived. They didn't know who left behind the 5 halls of the Golden Palace. Wasn't it too magical? Lin Xian was also amazed. He wasn't sure, but he thought that it must be someone incredible. Perhaps it was a supreme saint, or someone above a supreme saint. As for this secret, they probably wouldn't be able to figure it out. The two of them didn't argue. Along the way, they snuggled up to each other and whispered sweet nothings. On this day, there was a sudden roar in front of them. Heaven and earth trembled, and a terrifying aura spread from afar. What happened? Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing stopped. They looked into the distance. Morong Qingqing's eyes were shining with rainbow light, while Lin Xian's eyes were shining with golden light. Both of them were surprised. Chapter 3952. In front of them, the light was monstrous, and a terrifying aura was vast and mighty. It was sword chi, and it was incomparable. It soared into the sky as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying sword chi and immediately retreated. He didn't know what it was, but it shouldn't be a human, because it was too terrifying. The two of them moved very quickly in the void and left in an instant. As soon as they left, The place where they were originally standing was shattered by countless sword waves, turning into a black hole of nothingness. After retreating a long distance, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Murong Chingching's jade-like face was also cold. The law of the sword was really terrifying. That's right. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. In addition to the law of the sword, there were probably also the law of the saber and some very rare law types in this place. They could all be found here. He didn't know if he could find the law of space. Lin Xian was also looking forward to it. If there was a place where he could temper and comprehend the law of space, it would be great. Thinking of this, he was right. There was something for you. He took out half of the blood essence of the Void Thin Man and gave it to Murong Qingsheng. You should comprehend it well. You might fight with Gu Feng in the future. Even if you don't fight Gu Feng, you might encounter the Void Beast. After all, the Demon City would definitely not let this matter rest. In addition to these, Lin Xian also gave some of the things he had obtained to Murong Qingsheng. After Murong Qingsheng received them, she also gave the things she had obtained from the human hall to Lin Xian. Most of the things that Murong Qingsheng had obtained were evolved bloodlines. Lin Xian didn't have any bloodlines, but he still accepted them. He felt that they might be of some help to his divine body. Oh, right, there was another good thing. Lin Xian slapped his head. He thought of something and took it out. What was this? After Murong Qingsheng saw it, she was surprised. The aura of a phoenix. That's right, there was a fire phoenix in the 10,000 Swords Pavilion who went against me. When she was about to die, she directly turned into a phoenix stone. I think it should help you. Murong Qingsheng was overjoyed. Perhaps I can find out some of the Emperor clan's secrets from her. Wait, someone is coming. The two of them stopped talking and stood in the 9 heavens. A few streams of light streaked over from afar. These people were all sword saints, and Lin Xian recognized a few of them. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, but not all of them. They were the 3rd and 4th of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. The 2 of them were in an abnormally sorry state. Their bodies were covered with terrifying sword wounds. It was the same for the other sword saints. They were all injured. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the terrifying sword qi was caused by these people. There should be something incredible up ahead. These sword saints made a move. He must have activated the mechanism. He didn't know what it was, but if it could move these sword saints, it should be a good treasure. However, Lin Xian did not make a move because the sword qi in front of him was too terrifying. Even he could not withstand it. Moreover, he didn't want to reveal his identity too early. Otherwise, those people from the Yinyang Hall would kill him again. Hiding in the void, Lin Xian turned and left. Now, the most important thing was to condense the precept of sword. After flying for a few more days, Lin Xian came to a stop. He realized that there was an extremely strong sword well in front of him. It was the precept condensing. He descended to comprehend it. He realized that it was some plants and vines. They had an unusually cold aura. He took a closer look and realized that these plants were growing on the broken sword. The aura on the broken sword was too terrifying. Therefore, these plants also had a terrifying sword qi. Some of them even bore fruit. This should be the sword fruit. Lin Xian did not make a move rashly because this place was not too far away from the place where the sword qi had exploded. Moreover, the remnant sword well here was also very terrifying. If he activated some mechanism and attracted other unnecessary trouble, it would be terrible. He was waiting. When the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain made a move, he could make a move. At that time, everyone would pay attention to the even more terrifying sword qi and would not pay attention to him. After waiting for 2 days, the sword qi in front of him soared into the sky again. The terrifying scene attracted the attention of countless people. It was a good opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xian also made a move, because there was also a sword wave on his side. However, compared to the terrifying scene in the distance, he did not attract too much attention here. After half a day, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing left. They had obtained 100 fruits. Lin Xian was very satisfied with this. He ate 5 fruits directly and felt a piercingly cold sword qi circulating in his body. As expected, the sword contained in these fruits was very terrifying. It was far more powerful than what he had seen in the outside world. He ate more than 20 fruits in one go. Then, the sword essence in his body kept rushing out. Lin Xian began to comprehend here. Soon, he finished the 100 sword fruit. He opened his eyes and sighed. It was a pity that he did not condense the sword rule. From this, it could be seen that the sword rule was very difficult to comprehend. However, the effect of these 100 fruits was also very good. At least, Lin Xian's sword qi had become more terrifying than before. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing returned. When the sword qi in front of them filled the sky, they picked nearly 100 more fruits. After a few attacks, Lin Xian's sword qi improved rapidly. However, Lin Xian knew that these could only improve his sword qi. If he wanted to comprehend the real sword rule, he would need other things. Over the next day, Lin Xian ate another 30 invisible fruits and prepared to comprehend. Not long after, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Endless sword qi rolled between heaven and earth. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and a red light was emitted. Is there a change? Murong Qingqing's eyes flickered and revealed a look of surprise. She looked at Lin Xian and did not say anything. Instead, she waited patiently. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Murong Qingqing told him what had happened. Lin Xian also stood up and looked into the distance. He also felt that there was a terrifying sword rule in front of him. Obviously, there was a change in front of him. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing flew forward. This time, they were not the only ones. There were many powerful saints flying quickly around them. It seemed that the strange phenomenon in front of them had attracted the attention of many people. Even before it arrived, Lin Xian and the others could already sense a fearsome surge of sword qi sweeping in their direction. The void beast skin on their bodies fluctuated with the power of space, causing them to hide their bodies. Some of the saints around them also stopped in their tracks and shouted coldly as they began to block the sword qi. There were sword saints and other saints among them. Obviously, these people all wanted to obtain the sword principle world in front of them. If they could condense the sword rule, then their attack power would be greatly increased. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret prodigy and looked ahead carefully. Chapter 39:53. In front of them, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shattered. A huge stone tablet was faintly discernible, and it looked like a huge sword that reached the sky. The sword qi emitted from it was really terrifying. This should be the legendary place of the hidden sword. A sword saint looked up to the sky and laughed. He was really lucky. He actually saw the place of the hidden sword reappear in the world. The surrounding experts' eyes were also burning with passion as they stared at the scene before them. There was an extremely shocking law in front of them, as if it could easily split a person in half. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. A sword saint turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. However, when he got close, he screamed and retreated in horror. Many wounds appeared on his body, and blood dyed his body red. He screamed in horror and ran back. The surrounding experts were also shocked. This was a sword saint in the 5th heaven, and he was very strong. Just because he rushed over, such a scene happened. It was really unbelievable. Buzz! 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 More people came from afar. They came close, and their eyes emitted a piercing light, which shocked the surrounding experts. They were young geniuses. They felt that the sword qi on these young people was even more terrifying than theirs. They should be the 7 swords of Tian Shan from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people's eyelids twitched. Indeed, Lin Xian also saw them. They were also a few familiar faces. After the 7 swords of Tian Shan arrived, they also frowned when they sensed the aura in front of them. The eldest of the Tian Shan sect's sacred weapon was extremely solemn. The second of the Tian Shan sect looked around and asked, "Big brother, should we join forces with these people?" There was no need. The eldest of the Tian Shan sect snorted coldly. They didn't take these people's strength seriously. The 7 swords of Tian Shan were so powerful that they didn't even care about the older generation. More experts appeared around them, but they were a little far away. They formed an arc and appeared in the nearby void. Gradually, the scene in front of them became more and more terrifying. The sword chi was like a sea, and the sea was so terrifying that everyone was shocked. In the endless sword chi, the faintly discernible sword shadow was really shocking. It had an endless mysterious aura. They had to go over. These people's eyes emitted piercing light. Only by getting close could they obtain the Sword Dao treasure. After waiting for another 2 days, the surrounding experts couldn't hold it in any longer and were ready to make a move. 3 long swords appeared behind a sword saint and enveloped him. They formed a triangle and cut through the void. The sword light that blossomed at this moment was incomparable. However, it didn't take long for cracks to appear on the 3 saint artifacts. It was as if they were unable to withstand the boundless sea of swords before them. Damn it, the sword saint was instantly terrified. The surrounding people were shocked. However, these people who dared to come here were all experts. Let's go. A tall man with fiery red wings on his back opened his mouth and spat out a war chariot. This was a flaming war chariot that was burning fiercely. After he got on, the 2 people beside him also got on. The 3 of them tore through the void and rushed forward. The flames that filled the sky were attacked by the endless swords, but they were not damaged. The people in the distance shrieked. Their eyes were filled with envy. Let's go. On the other side, someone took out a golden cauldron. It kept getting bigger. Several figures stood up, tearing apart the void, rushing forward noisily. Everyone displayed their techniques, one after another. Of course, some people's defenses were directly torn apart by the sea of swords midway and chopped into pieces. Their blood was dyed red and swallowed by the sword chi. It was extremely dangerous to pass through. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also had flickering eyes. Let's go. The eldest, second, and third brothers of Heavenly Mountain formed a sword formation and rushed forward. Endless snowflakes floated out of their bodies, forming a terrifying world of ice. Lin Xian didn't see the others. They must be moving separately. Seeing these people display their techniques, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also prepared to move out. Lin Xian didn't dare to use the void beast hide again. He was afraid that this spatial treasure would be damaged. After all, the sea of swords ahead was too terrifying. He and Murong Qingqing rode on the black earth. They flew forward. Although the black earth wasn't as good as the Great Sage Tower, it wasn't an ordinary saint artifact. Its defense was extremely terrifying. After entering the sea of swords, they felt the terrifying aura around them. In the black earth, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also had solemn expressions. They formed a formation and constantly paid attention to the situation outside. Suddenly, they discovered that not far ahead, a monstrous sword wave suddenly surged out. It enveloped the 3 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. What's going on? Is it an accident or did someone attack? Lin Xian was shocked. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also roared crazily. The eldest of the Heavenly Mountain roared as the sword chi on his body split open the sky. A blue sword light swept across the 9 heavens. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of Heavenly Mountain did the same. They all practiced the Heavenly Mountain sword technique, which belonged to the same power. Therefore, at this moment, the 3 of them performed the Heavenly Mountain sword technique together, forming a terrifying ice sword chi. They resisted the surrounding sea of swords. Then they turned into a huge blue sword that enveloped the three of them and continued forward. Buzz! Just like that, everyone relied on their own strength. They charged towards the sword shadow in front of them. However, not long after, Lin Xian and the others felt a huge aura coming from behind. It was about to collide with the Black Earth. The Black Earth and the Black Earth were like agile snakes. They instantly drew an arc and dodged. A purple light flashed past them like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He saw that it was a purple gourd with a few figures standing on it. At this moment, they turned around and snorted disdainfully. Are they provoking me? Lin Xian laughed. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. Beside him, Murong Qingqing also walked out. That gourd didn't look ordinary. It should be a high-grade saint artifact. I didn't expect these people to be so bold. Do they want to cause a conflict in this sea of swords? Brother Xian, this place is too dangerous. Why don't we wait until we reach our destination and teach them a lesson? Lin Xian nodded. He remembered the purple gourd and the figures on it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In this sea of swords, their speed couldn't be too fast. At least, it was much slower than usual. Sometimes, not only could they not advance, they had to retreat. Therefore, it wasn't very easy to reach their destination. The sky gradually darkened. However, these saint artifacts shone brightly like suns, illuminating the surroundings. Of course, as long as the places that couldn't be illuminated were dark, their line of sight would be blocked. At this moment, a few black figures rushed out from the darkness. A few ships rushed towards the Black Earth. Lin Xian frowned. Are there people who don't know what's good for them? Is it that purple gourd? Murong Qingqing was also angry. The other party provoked them again and again. Did they really think they were clay figurines? Chapter 3954. They wanted to make a move, but they soon realized that it wasn't a purple gourd. Instead, it was a white shadow that looked like a white spirit boat. Those were bones. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He could see that those were white-boned spirit boats, made of white bones. Not only that, they could also feel the cold, murderous aura coming from the white-boned spirit boats. Brother Xian, there didn't seem to be any living people on it. Murong Qingqing was also beautiful and compact. Lin Xian also felt that such a cold aura wasn't suitable for people to go up. Could it be the guardian of this place? Lin Xian guessed. Murong Qingqing's body flickered with 7-colored light. She said that it might not be. Perhaps someone else had secretly made a move. Brother Xian, have you heard of the Netherworld Hall? The Netherworld Hall? Never heard of it. Lin Xian shook his head. Murong Qingqing said, the Netherworld Hall was also one of the holy cities and they were very strong. They cultivated a cold aura, and it was even rumored that they could control ghosts. This wasn't the first time the Sea of Swords had been opened, right? In the past, there would have been countless experts who would have come here. After some experts died, their corpses were swallowed by the Sea of Swords. Over the past 10,000 years, who knew how many corpses of experts had been hidden? Perhaps the people of the Netherworld Hall had come and secretly controlled these corpses. They were attacking us. After hearing Murong Qingqing's analysis, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If it was really the Netherworld Hall, it might really be possible. Other than them, the others were also attacked. Some people screamed, "Get out of the way. Don't be disturbed by those bone overlords." Some people roared, "Damn Netherworld Hall, come out and fight us head on." It was useless. Those bone spirit boats were made of countless bones. There were also bone palaces on them, and many bone creatures rushed out from them. They were also made of bones, but they were in strange shapes. After all, after so many years, it was impossible for the corpses to be completely preserved. In addition, someone was controlling them. Therefore, different bones combined together to form the white bone life spirits. Although they looked strange, their auras were incomparably terrifying. These were the corpses of saints, and some of them were even powerful sword saints. The forest of bones charged over, their yin qi overflowing. Terrifying energy and laws surged. The purple gourd in front snorted coldly. The person on top of it cast a spell. The purple gourd spewed out purple flames that engulfed the entire sky. The two ancient white boats were instantly engulfed by the purple flames. On the other side, the golden cauldron was just as aggressive as it charged forward. The white-boned spiritual boat was smashed into pieces. The others also attacked one after another. Lin Xian also unleashed a law attack. The danger had been resolved. Do you think you can trap us with mere bones? Those people sneered as they didn't know what was good for them. However, very soon he could no longer smile. After the white-boned forest states disappeared, countless black shadows appeared in the surroundings. They rushed over. The white-boned spirit boats were densely packed. There were at least 1,000 of them. Above them, there was an endless army of skeletons. Damn it, why are there so many of them? This time, the sages felt their scalps go numb. They didn't care about the previous dozen or so sages. But now there were more than 1,000 and even more. They couldn't help but be shocked. The number of skeletons was hundreds of times greater than theirs. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's expressions also became extremely ugly. They didn't know how many powerhouses had come to the Netherworld Hall to be able to control so many skeletons. It seems that we have no choice but to make a move. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing. Then the two of them took a deep breath and began to attack. A great battle broke out. Thousands of white-boned spirit boats rushed over and engulfed everything. These people fought back frantically. The battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Some people tore through countless skeletons and fought their way out. Some people were swallowed up by the army of skeletons and completely lost their lives. On the 6th day, when the sun rose, the skeletons sank into the sword qi and disappeared. Those who were still alive heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing retreated. Their faces were a little pale, but they were not injured. Both of them were very powerful. It was just that the 5 days of fighting had exhausted them a little, that was all. Murong Qingqing took a pill, and Lin Xian took out a few roasted beasts. Eat that to recover quickly. In the following period of time, everything was calm and peaceful. Finally, on this day they arrived. At this moment, the sages were all recovering. However, when they arrived, they opened their eyes one after another. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing also stood up and looked ahead. In the next moment, they were stunned. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. Murong Qingqing was also shocked. Am I seeing things? The other powerhouses were also stunned. Even the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain were extremely shocked. How was that possible? Wasn't that a gigantic sword? Why was it only a broken sword? Previously, when they were watching from afar, it was a stone tablet in the shape of a gigantic sword. However, when they came closer, they saw a stone sword in front of them. It was only 3 feet long, and half of it was broken. It was floating there, emitting a mysterious aura. The scene was really too strange. Was it a hallucination? One of the sages decided to try. With the pagoda above his head, he carefully walked forward. As soon as he got close to the pagoda, his body instantly shrank. In the end, he shrank like an ant. What was going on? The others were also terrified. The shrunken sage was sucked into the broken sword and disappeared. Would it be dangerous? After waiting for a long time, they did not see the other party come out. They were very puzzled. The powerhouses began to analyze. Perhaps the laws inside were too powerful and affected the laws of heaven and earth. That's why we got closer and shrank our bodies according to its laws. There should be a world inside the broken sword. Perhaps the fortune was inside. Those people were all excited. Let's go. Some of them could not wait any longer. The others also had burning gazes. It was worth the risk for the fortune inside. Charge! Many people swayed. However, at that moment, a blue sword light descended from the sky. One of the people's body was frozen and then broken. Damn it, who attacked? Their companions screamed crazily. Then, they saw 3 people surrounded by icy sword chi. The voice was cold. "Get lost if you don't want to die." Damn it! The companions who were killed roared crazily. "How dare you attack us?" They were really angry. However, what welcomed them was sword chi that filled the sky. The entire world turned into ice. Their movements became very slow. Even the speed of the circulation of their power slowed down. Oh no, it's only the Sky Mountain sword technique. Are they the 7 swords of Sky Mountain? Many people felt their scalps go numb, and they frantically retreated. The 7 swords of Sky Mountain were so terrifying that they did not dare to fight back. The leader of the Sky Mountain sword technique snorted coldly. "Since you know who I am, get lost." Chapter 3955. I also think it's time to clear out a batch of trash. The figures sitting on the purple gourd sneered. They suddenly activated the gourd and shot out purple flames. The battle broke out just like that. With the treasure in front of them, they definitely wanted to get rid of the dissidents and monopolize the treasure. Therefore, after the purple gourd, the golden cauldron also began to go on a rampage. Those who were weaker were directly smashed into a bloody mist. In an instant, monstrous laws swept out in all directions. Terrifying sword chi, ice, and flames surged in the sky. You can't even withstand a single blow. There were 5 people standing on the purple gourd. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Suddenly, one of them turned his head and looked behind him. There were purple flames in his eyes. That person is still alive. Hearing his companion's words, the others turned their heads and saw a spirit ship bobbing up and down behind them. This spirit ship could dodge their attacks previously, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They just didn't expect that in such a chaotic battle, that person is still alive. "I don't like him. Let's kill him," that person said. Then, a flame rose from the purple gourd and rushed to the back. The black earth was constantly flashing, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing weren't surprised by this sudden battle. They were all people who had experienced hundreds of battles and had long seen the biting cold methods of these experts. Therefore, they were also attacking aggressively. Suddenly, the temperature of the black earth suddenly rose, and white smoke even appeared in the internal space. What's going on? Someone is attacking them, and it's an extremely terrifying flame. Murong Qingqing snorted and shot out a 7-colored light. Immediately, the 7-colored light collided with the purple flames. It blocked the flames outside. Lin Xian frowned. "Is it the purple gourd?" These people are courting death. I'll fulfill their wishes. They're not dead." The person on the gourd was surprised. "Interesting. The person inside actually has some means to block our purple, ethereal, heavenly fire. Come out if you have the guts and play with me." A man rushed out. He was wearing purple armor and holding a purple-red longsword in his hand. He rushed towards the black earth. Under the sword battle, the purple flames that filled the sky jumped and hacked at the black earth, producing a sonorous sound. And "come out and accept your death." This purple-armored man was extremely arrogant. "Whoa!" Inside the black earth, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He moved. In an instant he rushed out, turning into a peerless streak of sword light, tearing apart the 9 heavens. The armored man originally had a look of disdain on his face, but the aura coming from below caused his expression to change drastically. "Damn it, I was too careless. This is an expert." In an instant he felt a powerful nomological power rushing towards him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. In a hurry, he could only attack to defend himself. The purple flames that filled the sky danced on his body, forming a purple shield. It was simple and unadorned. Boom! Ah! Clanging sounds could be heard, followed by miserable screams. The purple shield was instantly split into 2 halves. Not only that, but the man's purple armor was also shattering. His entire body was split apart by the sword. Blood dyed the void red. How is this possible? In the distance, those people on the gourd were stunned. The experts who were fighting in the surroundings also exclaimed. This sword made their hair stand on end. It seemed that there was another hidden expert. The purple gourd released a terrifying cloud of fire, enveloping the injured man and bringing him back. At the same time, the saints on the gourd roared. Who dares to hurt our purple void temple? Do you want to die? Their gazes were fixed on the black spirit ship. The others were also shocked. The purple void temple was also a terrifying sacred city. These were all top experts of the purple void temple, but they were easily injured at this moment. Who was inside the black spirit ship? Was the purple void temple very impressive? My Wushuang city has never been afraid of a fight. A cold voice came from the black spirit ship. After the surrounding people heard it, they were also shocked. Wushuang city. This was actually someone from Wushuang city. They were too surprised. The people of the Purple Void Temple were also stunned. It seemed that the other party was also from the sacred city. What surprised them was that there were any powerful people in Wushuang city recently. If it was the second-generation disciples, then there was indeed a group of powerful experts that terrified them. But the third-generation disciples had only been there for a few years. They might not even have mastered the secret technique, but they dared to show off in front of them. However, some people were also shocked. Could the genius of Wushuang City be Lin Wudi? At the mention of this name, their bodies began to tremble. If it was really him, then they would be in danger. It was impossible. Some people shook their heads. How could that kid be here? That kid was blocked in the Yinyang Hall and couldn't come out. If he came out, he would die. Indeed, the others knew about what happened in the Yinyang Hall. If there was one person who was least likely to be here, it would be Lin Wudi. So they were all relieved. It was just Wushuang City. Other than Lin Wudi, they didn't care about anyone else. Since it wasn't Lin Wudi, then die. On the purple gourd, the saints of the Purple Void Temple snorted. They spat out terrifying flames again. The raging flames swept toward the black earth. However, an extremely terrifying sword chi came out of the black earth. The sword broke the 9 heavens. The flames in the sky were torn apart. The purple gourd was sent flying. The people on the ground felt their blood boil. Some even vomited blood. Damn it! How could he be so strong? He was a top sword saint. Everyone screamed. The faces of the people from the Purple Void Temple were also gloomy. Damn it! Who was the opponent? Did Wushuang City already have such a terrifying existence? Boom! At this moment, the 7 swords of Tian Shan attacked. The terrifying Tian Shan sword technique descended from the sky. It carried an icy aura that froze everything. The space in front of them was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice that spread for thousands of miles. The black earth was sealed in ice. The 7-colored light rotated and the surrounding ice shattered instantly. Furthermore, it completely blocked the icy aura. It could even block the Tian Shan sword technique. The people around them were shocked. The 7 swords of Tian Shan were gloomy. At this moment, a golden light cut through the black earth. With a clang, the black earth was sent flying. It was a golden cauldron that shattered the sky. That terrifying power caused everyone to tremble. This time, the saint artifact should be shattered, right? Many people swallowed their saliva. They knew that there were a few in the golden cauldron. It was incredible. They weren't from the sacred city, but they were members of the 10,000 ancient races. Golden ants. This group of ants had immense strength. They were mutants. At this moment, their combined attack could probably shatter a saint artifact. Chapter 3956. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, a black spiritual ship charged over from afar. It contained an incomparable amount of power as it charged over. He didn't know what death was. The golden ant sneered and pushed the golden cauldron forward. If the other party didn't die, then let's attack again. We have to destroy the other party. At the moment of collision, a pair of fists came out from the black earth. They were like the sun as they punched forward. Clang! The surrounding sages shook and their faces turned pale. They almost fainted from the impact. The golden cauldron was sent flying in an instant. Inside the golden cauldron, several golden ants vomited blood from the impact. One of their arms was even shattered. How could it be? How could the other party be so powerful? The golden ants were stunned. The rest of the people were also stunned. This was too strange. How could the mysterious expert from Wushuang City be so powerful? If it wasn't for the Yinyang Hall being surrounded by countless people, they would have suspected that the person inside was Lin Wudi. But other than Lin Wudi, was there anyone else in Wushuang City who was so terrifying? They couldn't think of anything. Could it be a second-generation disciple of Wushuang City who suppressed his cultivation and snuck in? That's possible. Everyone be careful. These people are extremely vigilant. Everyone, why don't we work together to kick him out? Yes, Wushuang City already had Lin Wudi who caused a ruckus. They definitely wouldn't allow a second person to appear. The golden ant walked forward. The people from the Purple Void Temple also took a step forward. In the sky, 3 sword sages from the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain also landed. The others saw the 3 forces taking the lead and nodded. Good. No matter who you are, you won't be able to take another step forward today. These people made their move. A terrifying power surged towards the Black Earth. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian snorted. They didn't know what was good for them. Don't hold back. The 2 of them didn't go out. Even though they were separated by the Black Earth, their attacks weren't weak at all. Lin Xian reached out his golden hand to fight against the golden ant. At the same time, he used his sword Qi to fight against the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. On the other side, Morong Qingqing did the same. The rainbow light blocked the purple flames. At the same time, he used his divine arts to block the surrounding attacks. The 2 of them worked together to fight against the 4 forces. Damn it, how is this possible? The people inside are actually so powerful. We can't even take each other's hands. These people were truly shocked. Not only that, they realized that not only were they unable to take down the other party, but the other party was also flying towards the broken sword. Stop it. Don't let it go in. These people roared crazily. Wang. Their attacks became even more terrifying. However, at this moment, a green wave of light rushed over and attacked their souls. These people were trembling, their souls wounded. Damn it, ocular technique. They were terrified. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a terrifying soul attack. For a moment, they all fell for the trap. A gap appeared in the sky, and the Black Earth rushed in. After entering, they discovered that there was indeed another space inside the broken sword. It was very spacious inside. The person who came in earlier was already dead. His body was cut in half at the waist and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and it seemed like he had been dead for a long time. This caused Lin Xian to be shocked. It seems that this space was not safe. There should be some kind of terrifying trap or array formation. The others also followed in. When they arrived and saw that the person who came in earlier had been killed, they all heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the creation had not been taken away by others. They discovered that there was a pavilion in front of them that was completely formed by Sword Qi. Sword Rain Pavilion. That pavilion was too majestic, and the aura on it was incomparable. The sun, moon, and stars revolved within the Sword Qi. It was like a universe. There was indeed a creation inside. Hurry up and rush over. The Black Earth moved quickly. How dare you? The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain executed a terrifying ice sword technique, freezing everything and blocking it. The Black Earth's speed slowed down, but when the 7 colored radiance appeared and shattered the ice, its speed increased again. Other than the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, the others also attacked crazily. It was impossible for them to let the other party succeed. The Black Earth was trembling from the attacks. especially when the other members of the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain arrived. They attacked together, and the black earth was sealed in ice. Even Murong Qingqing could not melt the ice in a short time. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. The solar law spread out and melted the ice. At the same time, the 9 Yang divine fire and the purple void heavenly fire collided. Brother Xian, I'll help you block it. Hurry up and go to the Sword Rain Pavilion in front, Murong Qingqing said. After Lin Xian heard this, he was a little worried. Can I? Brother Xian, trust me, it won't be a problem. All right, I'll leave this to you. Lin Xian left the Great Sage Pagoda to Murong Qingqing. Then he turned into a stream of light and rushed forward. Damn it, he abandoned the spirit boat and wanted to rush forward alone. He would not let him succeed. The 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain, Golden Ant, and Purple Void Temple attacked crazily. However, at this moment, a 7-colored light appeared in the spirit boat, blocking all the attacks. What was going on? There was actually someone in the spirit boat. It was not a person. They were stunned. Your opponent is me. A cold voice came from the black earth. It was abnormally pleasant to the ears. The surrounding people were surprised. It was a woman. A woman wants to compete with us? The 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain and the others sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, their pupils constricted. A phoenix. They saw a 7-colored phoenix covering the sky and the earth. It shrouded the front and cut off the sky. Damn it! Attack! They were really angry. With that person's speed, he would probably rush into the Sword Rain Pavilion soon. Kill! These powerhouses attacked together, and the 7-colored phoenix in the sky fought against them. The battle between the two sides was extremely intense. Murong Qingqing was indeed very strong. She was able to block so many powerhouses. However, the phoenix's silhouette gradually dimmed. There was no other way. The surrounding powerhouses were too strong, especially the 7 Swords of Heavenly Mountain. The 5 of them were terrifying when they joined forces, not to mention the Golden Ant and the powerhouses of the Purple Void Temple. There were even other powerhouses besieging her. Murong Qingqing was already very heaven-defying to be able to hold on until now. However, at this moment, the 7-colored phoenix was destroyed by someone. Light scattered all over the sky. Great, I'll kill her. They rushed in. They did not care about a mere spirit boat. Boom! They were sent flying. A pagoda appeared and blocked all their attacks. Lin Xian was still a little worried at first. However, when he saw Murong Qingqing's strength, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even if this girl's strength was not as strong as his, it was probably not too far off. She should have no problem resisting these people. He should get the opportunity as soon as possible and then go to support her. He rushed towards the Sword Rain Pavilion. When he got close, his pupils constricted and he instantly used the Void Escape.